Good morning. Good morning and welcome to ResearchED Scandinavia in Haninge. My name is Eva Hartel and I work here in Haninge, but I'm also ambassador for ResearchED Scandinavia. And we are very, very honored and proud to host this event again here in Haninge, the place to be. And since it is Pi Day, you can count on that it will be exponentially great day. We will take micro steps to make a giant mega giga leap together towards a more research-informed educational practices. We have some things happen, so we have had slightly changes in the program, and you can see them here on screen. But we managed to sort it. And before we begin, I have to do some safety instructions. In case of an emergency, just follow the green signs and get as fast as you can out of here. And then we meet up in the parking lot until the safety regulation, the safety round is done. And we have trained personnel who are they are trained for these kinds of events, which I hope not will happen. We will also have just have breakfast. We will have lunch in the canteen. You have to be really quick, but there are lunch for everyone, but just grab and go. And then we will have godfika in the afternoon. It's a Swedish tradition called godfika, and it's thanks to Lärarstiftelsen. But this event would not have happened if you would not have been here. So how many of you have been to ResearchED events before? Cool. Those of you who, this is the first time, I'm warning you, ResearchED is addictive. Yeah. And so how many of you are not from Sweden? Cool, because we're like 10 different countries represented here from all around the world, and you are very welcome to Haninge. And I am very honored to introduce our chair of education, preschools and compulsory schools in Haninge, Veronica Kollerich. Now we will begin.
Thank you, Eva. Good morning, everyone, and warm welcome to ResearchED in Haninge. My name is Veronica Kollerich, and I am the chair of the Board of Education here in Haninge. It is a great honor to be standing here today at ResearchED, a conference that puts the most important thing at the center: the knowledge of what actually works in teaching. In a time when the school debate often characterized by quick solutions, strong opinions, and sometimes quite a bit of patience, there is something deeply hopeful in so many people coming together around a common belief that education should rest on a scientific basis and proven experience. We are here to talk about what makes different in the classroom. Not what sounds good, not what's trendy, but what works. And that is where your work, that of teachers, researchers, and school leaders, is absolutely vital. I will like to conclude by extending a warm thank you to those of you who traveled here, to those of you who shared research and experience, to those of you who stand in the classroom every day and make a difference. It is through your work that vision becomes reality. Let us use this day to think deeper, discuss more sharply, and be inspired by each other. And let us continue to build a school in Haninge and in the world where teaching is based on knowledge, where the profession is strong, and where every student is given the best possible condition to succeed. And again, warm welcome to ResearchED here in Haninge.
Thank you very much, Veronica and Eva. My name is Adam Simonsson, and I am the chair of the board for secondary and adult education here in Haninge, as well as the Employment Council. Education is one of the cornerstones of a strong society. It shapes individuals, brings communities together, and forms the basis of a vibrant democracy. But education does not end when students leave the classroom. Learning continues throughout life, and in a world that is constantly evolving, where knowledge and skills are rapidly changing, lifelong learning has never been more important. It allows people to adapt, grow, and find new opportunities, while also helping our society remain innovative, competitive, and resilient. At the center of this process are our teachers. Every day, you invest your knowledge, dedication, and passion in helping students grow and succeed. Teaching is far more than a profession. It is a commitment to the future. You encourage curiosity, develop critical thinking, and give students the confidence and tools they need to shape their own paths. Few roles are as important as yours. This is why I feel such pride for our schools in Haninge. I am proud of our teachers who work with the commitment and professionalism every day to give students the best possible start in life. And I am proud of our focus on quality in education, where research and evidence-based methods guide our work. I am proud that we continue together to strengthen our schools and develop education for the challenges and opportunities for tomorrow. So all the teachers that are here today, thank you for the work you do. Your dedication matters. You're helping young people grow, strengthening our community, and making a real difference every single day. I hope this conference offers valuable perspectives, new ideas, and renewed inspiration. Enjoy the day, and once again, warm welcome to Haninge. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome here to Haninge. It's a true pleasure to welcome all contributors, guests, and staff to ResearchED Scandinavia. I want to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for being here. Your presence is a testament to your commitment to strengthening education through knowledge, collaboration, and professional curiosity. My name is Matias, and I am fortunate to be the head of Department of Education here in Haninge, who hosts this event. Our strongest tool in school improvement is and will always be the art of teaching. Across every classroom and every stage of a student's life learning journey, it is great teaching that makes the greatest difference. And this is why teachers stand at the very center of our mission. You are the ones who transform research into practice, who turn challenges into learning, who shape the conditions for all students to thrive. However, great teaching does not happen by chance. It requires leaderships that creates the right conditions, principals who organize their schools so that teachers can collaborate, reflect, and refine their art together. This requires knowledge, time, trust, and a culture where professional learning is not an event, instead a continuous process of improvement. In Haninge, we are proud of our schools and teachers. We work deliberately with analytics and evidence to understand which part of our teaching need to be fine-tuned, or strengthened so that the students in front of us can excel. This is how we protect, nourish, and develop the most important resource in our entire toolkit, our teachers. We also know that improvement requires more than intuition. Education is too valuable. Therefore, we must seek knowledge through scientific findings so that we can make wiser decisions and be more precise in our efforts, which is why we let research inform our decisions. Education must rest on a scientific foundation, both by using research and by contributing to new research. Schools are not only places where research findings are applied, they are places where new insights emerge every day and bringing people together where everyone contributes with their expertise to bridge research and practice will gain new knowledge. This is why ResearchED is so valuable. Here we look outward to the world and we also share what we learn. We come together and contribute with our time and expertise across roles, countries, and perspectives to deepen our understanding of what works and why. So my invitation to all of you today is this: contribute. Share your experiences, your questions, your successes, and your uncertainties. Challenge each other. Listen to each other. Learn from each other. And continue to do so long after this conference ends. The strength of this community lies not only in the knowledge we bring, but in the knowledge we create together. Thank you, ResearchED, for bringing us together. Thank you all, speakers who contribute with your time and expertise. And to all attendees, thank you all for being here, for your dedication, and for the work that you do every single day. My biggest thanks. So now we're going to see a greeting from John Hattie.
He is sorry to not be here, but he's sort of here anyway. He's here in spirit, and he has a message for you.
Welcome to the Swedish School Conference ResearchED.
Just a second.
Brain Nurturing Day. ResearchED. Be prepared. School Conference ResearchED. Welcome to the Swedish School Conference ResearchED. Be prepared for a wonderful, soul-searching, brain-nurturing day. A day that invites curiosity, reflection, and discovery. And I know the aim is to challenge assumptions, spark new ideas, and create moments to pause, think deeply, and see familiar things in new ways. Expect conversations that stretch your mind, questions that provoke reflection and insights that linger well beyond the day itself. By the end, you may feel both intellectually analysed and personally rewarded, carrying forth fresh perspectives and deeper appreciation of the ideas that you explore today. That's what research does. It doesn't settle disputes. It asks why, the essence of curiosity. It invites different ways of asking questions about long-known answers. I've had the luxury of a life asking why, being curious, aiming to reframe core questions. And today's your chance too. Also, a great thanks goes to you, Eva Hartel, for organising the day. We all know the incredible logistics, intellect, and dedication to making Ed Research happen. And Stuart Klein for being the heart of Ed Research worldwide. And hi to my many friends there today, Scott, Jenny, and so many more. Enjoy the simulation and be open to learning. Research is nutritious.
And just as like the other speakers, no one is paid to say something. Just a reminder. I'm told that the live stream is, we have a live stream, but for some reasons the video doesn't show. You can just hear the sound, but we will fix that just in a sec. But you are here, and ska vi se. Nej. So, just one more thing, Matias. You said I had to pay you to say something. Bribe you, or...
And all of a sudden I thought I was finished and I forgot everything.
That's why I'm here.
I would,
This event is made possible thanks to Haninge kommun. Yeah. With thanks to people like courage leaders like Matias. And also thanks to our collaborators. Thanks to all the speakers, of course, who are here on a Saturday, and you teachers who are here on a Saturday, but also to these guys who you see the names here, där stiftelsen, KTH, Svenskt Näringsliv, etc. Without them, this would not have been possible. Even though the speakers are not paid, there are some costs for lunch and stuff. But thank you a lot. And it means, this is also a show, we can also see here how much effort is put into this by the whole society, and we think it's really important. Education is important, and what research is nutritious. Was that what he said? Yeah. Good. And just one more thing, I forgot one more cancellation. Bruce Robertson, he was caught in a traffic jam at the airport, so he couldn't make it. Sorry to say that. No, and you have a request.
Yeah. So we would like, Eva, if you come here, I would like to take a selfie so I can make this on social media and all sort of stuff. So when everyone sees themselves in the picture frame here, so do a thumbs up. Be happy. Thank you.
Now, first seated, first served. So there's no booked seats. So go to your session as fast as you can.
Hello. Ooh, that's really loud. Maybe if I hold it there. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for coming along to my session. I feel like this morning I am playing the role of Daniel Mers. So if what you wanted was a really high-quality academic who can communicate very clearly and translate research into practical strategies, unfortunately, Daniel couldn't make it. You get me instead. So thank you. Okay, great stuff. I'll introduce myself and we'll get going in a second, but hopefully everybody's got one of these with you. This will become important later on. If you haven't got one of these, can you wave? And then Hannah, who is my wonderful colleague there, will move around the room. I've got some more here as well. There's some more down here. If I just, can I give these to you and then, thank you. It's like a community thing, just, we'll all support each other. Okay, so my name is Stuart, and I have a sort of strange career story in many ways. I was an English and drama teacher in the UK. Yes, yeah, welcome. Well, what you're about to see is basically what happens when you are an English and drama teacher who really wanted to be on a stage, never got to be on a stage, and then somebody gave you a stage. The excitement that I feel right now, I'm in my happy place, and you're just wishing that you'd gone somewhere else. So I was a teacher and a school leader. I then had far too many questions for my small head to cope with, and I went back to university to do a PhD in education, and that was about 16 years ago. And since then, I've basically spent pretty much every day thinking about how teachers learn what they need to know about teaching, and then keep on learning and keep going, basically. How does that work? What is it that makes a difference to the outcomes for learners? And what is it about teachers and what they do in order to get better that makes a difference to them? And that's it. That's basically what I do each and every day. And often, like at the weekends and in the evenings and in the middle of the night, I'm like, what is it? And I put up my email address on the front here because if anything that I say today, you think, oh, that's kind of interesting, just drop me an email. And there will be things that you can take photos of in this, some QR codes and things. So if you've got a device that you like to use for that kind of thing, then please do. Everything this morning is going to be about evidence-based professional learning, and we'll see where we go with that. But before we do anything, I need to tell you where I come from. I want you to know a little bit about me as a person, rather than just geeking out on evidence and things like that. So I live in this place called Durham. Has anybody ever been to Durham? Wow. Okay. Has anybody heard of Durham? You've been to Durham? Yes. Good choice. This man makes good life choices. Durham is there, and this is what it looks like. Exactly. You see. Now you understand why this man went there. Yeah, so this is the cathedral. That's where I graduated with my PhD. You get to graduate in there. It's where they filmed Harry Potter. Yeah, I know. It gets better and better and better. Yeah. Yep. And just over here, a little way over there, drive through McDonald's. That's really good. Anyway, so that's Durham. This is my favourite Swedish band. Oh wow, okay, that just, drop. It's, like ABBA. Okay, great. But I feel like I'm on a small mission to help more people to hear about Woodlands. Do I say Bakkafell? Bakkafell. I heard them at Celtic Connections in Glasgow a few months ago and thought they were brilliant, and they were just full of joy. So hopefully we can help to boost their streams on Spotify, and that'll be good. Anyway, right, that's what we're doing. And let's actually get stuck into what we're trying to do today, not just the story of my life. Nobody wants that. So what does it mean to be evidence-based? Right, this is a term that has been going around in kind of schools and colleges and universities for a long, long time. And it's a really contentious term. And for a long time, people have gone, is it evidence-based or is it evidence-informed? And I say, can we just kind of get over ourselves and start to think in terms of like not splitting hairs with words, but understanding what we actually mean? So here's what I think. Back in 2019, my colleagues and I, we published a thing called a new manifesto for evidence-based education. And this is freely available to download. I'll show you where you can get it. And we said, what do we actually mean by this in education? And we thought of it as being an approach which says that both policy and practice could be justified in terms of sound evidence of their likely effects. Likely effects. And I like to think of it like this. If I have a headache and somebody gives me paracetamol, is there a guarantee that it will definitely solve my headache and cure my headache? There is no guarantee. But am I taking that paracetamol because there is evidence for the likely effects of it? So I like to think of this in terms of best bets. So, okay, if I take paracetamol, that's probably going to help me. It's no guarantee, but it's better than maybe not taking paracetamol. And so in terms of education and this idea then of sound evidence of likely effects, I try to think of it like that. Well, what's the best bet that we could possibly have here? So this is going to be a bit of an anchor for what we think about today. These best bets, and basically saying, is what we're about to do with our policy, our practice, whatever it is, could we justify that by saying there is, good evidence that says the likely effects of doing this are something? Now, there's a whole load of problems with that, because one of the wonderful things that you find when you get involved in evidence-informed, evidence-based stuff is that for some things, there's no evidence, or the quality of the evidence is terrible. School leadership is a really good example, by the way. The quality of the evidence, of the best available research evidence published in high-quality journals on school leadership is pretty awful. Anyway, you heard it here first. Well, you probably didn't. So anyway, I have a question for you. My question is this: what makes a great teacher? So if we're thinking about evidence-based professional development and we're thinking about the quality of teaching and what have you, what is it that makes a great teacher for you? I've got my version of an answer to this, which I'll show you in a minute, but let's be cognitively activated. Let's think about what John Hattie was saying, give ourselves some nourishment and some time for reflection. Over the next few seconds, find an answer for yourself to that question. What do you think makes a really great teacher? Just think. Don't talk, just think. Okay, so I'd like you to raise your hand if any part of your answer to that question had years of experience in it. Did anybody think it's somebody who's been doing this for a long time? Anybody raising their hands for that? So some hands there. Okay, thank you. What about qualifications? Did anybody have something about, maybe having a master's or a PhD or something like that in this? A few hands there. Okay. Did anybody say think about passion for their subject? Okay, loads of you. Okay, this is fascinating. Did anybody say anything about a kind of mindset and a kind of approach to the way that they do it? Something, okay, all right, interesting. So I'm going to tell you what I think is my and my organisation that I work for, what we try to think about for this. Whether you are on your first day in teaching or whether you've been doing it for 30 years is irrelevant. It's about the attitude and the willingness. And I mean, you're showing this, right? You came here on a Saturday. But it's the willingness to do what it takes to be demonstrably more effective next year than this. And I want to just draw attention to three things. Willing is about not do I have all of the knowledge and all of the skill, but am I willing to try and find one new thing and go a little bit further forward? Demonstrably, I think, is about evidence, not just anecdote, not just me saying, yeah, I did a really good job. Are we good? Yeah. But actual evidence. And then more effective next year than this, it takes a long time, right? You can't rush this with like silver bullets to go, okay, this week I'm going to do feedback. By the end of the week, I will be amazing at feedback, right? I've been working, my group has been working with a school in the northwest of England, a primary school, and they've been working on developing their questioning for 2 years, and they're still not done with it. 2 years, they've just focused deeply on that. And it's showing huge returns, benefits for them in terms of cohesion in their school, for children. Children are getting a better education as a result, and also a more consistent experience because class to class to class, they know what's going on with questioning, and the quality of the practice in that school has gone up. But it takes time to do this. And this is about having a mindset, this belief that improvement really does matter. So I want to pick this apart, right? And this is very, very un-British, right? To say, I know what I'm doing is great, but let's face facts. What you do as teachers day in, day out really is incredible. The psychologist Lee Shulman once wrote in his book, The Wisdom of Practice, and this is a paraphrase, but it was something like, the only good comparison to an average classroom on an average day and the complexity that it presents is an emergency room in a hospital in the immediate aftermath of a natural disaster. It's just so complicated that you've got all of these people who have diverse needs, and you're never quite sure what the needs are, and the needs are evolving over the course of the day. It's so complex. So we have to say, okay, where we're at right now, we're doing a great job. But I want you to make me even better, or help me to make me even better. And the pronouns matter. I am doing a great job, and I want you to help me. Not the we that gets used often. My colleague Hannah and I were talking about meetings where people say, well, we should probably do something about this, which means from the person who's speaking, you should do this. I think we need to make a plan to do this. It's like, get on and do this thing. So I know, I have evidence that what I'm doing is really good, but I want you to help me to make it even better. So let's ditch the deficit mindset where we're thinking, what is it that I'm bad at? Where are all the problems? And say, what am I already really, really good at? And how can I be even better at that? It's a liberating and motivating way of thinking about yourself as a professional. Not stuck going, oh, I'm still not good at this, but where am I already flying, and how could I fly even further? So we need evidence for this. We also need to own it. and we need to be proud. Proud, but not satisfied. Improvement is also something that is shared amongst our community of teachers. It is for everybody, not just for the people who aren't very good at the job. So whether you are day one in teaching or 30 years in teaching, whether you are considered the best teacher or the worst teacher, doesn't matter. If the collective environment says for all of us, we recognize where we're at right now, and then we work to take one step further to get a little bit better, then we create an environment of collective expertise building that is motivating for all. We need to collaborate. And we need never to be satisfied. There is no standard, right? This is one of the frustrating things and one of the liberating things. Because we can never get to the point, and can you actually imagine this as a teacher going, yep, I'm done. I am just so good. This is what it looks like. You have a question, sir? Gosh, that's an existential question. I don't know if I'm... This man just said, who is you? Wow, I've been wrangling with that for a long time. So in my community of teachers, right, in my school, if I'm saying this, you is you. I need you. You have deep expertise. I often think when schools say to me, will you come and work with us and help us on this because we need expertise to help. I'm like, the expertise that you need is right there. It's in your community. You probably just need to find it. And for that, you need evidence. Because teachers are terrible at telling people how good they are at what they do. So they need something else. They need evidence. And I'm going to show you some examples of this. So in communities of practice, collaborating together, I know what I'm doing is great, but I want you to help me to be even better. And so we're proud, but we're never satisfied in this. And this is probably the least kind of evidence-based bit of this talk, by the way. Right. This is where I try to make friends with teachers. But look, I've got some references, so it must be true. Teaching, it's really complex. It is super, super complex, but also super important, and probably never more so, actually, in communities, in societies, and for the world at large. The role of teachers in shaping the next generations of young people is probably, at its most important, I think, now. And it is increasingly, it's always been a hard job, and it doesn't seem to be getting much easier. So thinking about how you help people to do this hard job and to keep getting better at this hard job, here's another little challenge for you, right? If let's imagine that there is a prize on offer for us of helping people to get better at teaching, and imagine I've got my normal distribution here, and over here, number 20, this teacher is the least effective teacher in our distribution, and then over here, our most effective teacher, and then we've got our middle range here. Okay. So my question to you is, if you had all of the kind of conditions, all of the wonderful things that you could possibly want to help teachers to get better, how long would it take to help this person down here become average? Right? And don't think of the constraints that you have right now. Don't think, we only have 20 minutes here or half an hour here or this is it. I've got all these other things to do. Just think, if you could just take that teacher, number 20, and do the best things that you possibly could with that teacher, how long do you think it would take to get them to the point of being average? Right, have a number in your mind. The number could be in terms of months, years, weeks, days, I don't know, it's up to you. Right, have a number in your mind. You've got to have a number. You can't not have a number. Right, and so raise your hand if your number is somewhere, let's say, have you gone for more, 5 years or more? Is anybody going 5 years or more? Okay, thank you, some there. By the way, this is also completely evidence-free. I don't have an answer. 5 years or more. What about 3 years? 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years, something in there. Okay, 1 to 3 years. Yeah. Who's lower than 1 year? Okay, anyone between 0 and 6 months? Yeah, some doubt that. So my answer to this, I think it's about 6 weeks. That's my rough estimate. And there is a prize on offer, right? Because if you go back to some of the work done by ResearchED and colleagues in 2014, the difference in terms of, like, if we take just one outcome, an economic outcome, for a class of students, if you take that teacher at the bottom of the distribution and make them average, that it's worth an extra $250,000 to the lifetime earnings of the class that they teach. It's not an insubstantial amount of money. So given that best possible training and support and what have you, part of the challenge is how do we achieve that prize for our students, whatever it is. And this is just an economic one. There's a whole load of others in terms of attainment and well-being and all sorts of wonderful things. How can we help people to get from here to here or here to here and so on, to keep on growing as teachers? So if we're going to help people to grow, and we're thinking about evidence-based professional learning, what we need to know is that the professional learning that really is going to make a difference to outcomes for students is professional learning that will focus in on the quality of their teaching day in, day out. So yes, there are loads of things that we can focus on, but at the heart of it is helping individuals and groups of teachers to work in their classrooms more effectively day by day, lesson by lesson, minute by minute, hour by hour. And when we did this review back in 2020, what we found, looking at the best available evidence, is that probably the single most powerful thing that any of us could do is to raise the overall quality of teaching. If we're interested in improving both attainment and equity, this is the #1 best bet. Simple as that. And there I will end, and then just walk out the door and leave you with that, because that's the most important thing. This is it. And in the schools that I work with, and we work with hundreds of schools all around the world, trying to help them to improve the quality of their teaching practice. Oftentimes, one of the early conversations is about how are we going to make time and space for teachers to focus on the quality of their practice. And oftentimes that is about de-implementing other things. It's about stopping doing so many other things in order to really focus in on this. So I've got a bit of a quiz. By the way, I've tried to pack in loads of stuff into this session because I love to do loads of stuff, but let's have a quiz. Here's my quiz. A 10-item quiz. It's true or false, in your opinion. That's all. And I am going to put the answers up on the next screen, but we're going to try and do this really, really quickly. So all I want you to do is to think, for each one of those, do you think that that statement is true or is false? That's all. If you want, you can write your answers down, or you can use a device like a phone. Make a list. Do you ever get halfway through a presentation and then realize that you're definitely not halfway through your presentation when you look at what's left? Oops. Okay, we're going to go through them one by one really quickly, and I'm going to ask you to make a public commitment by raising your hand to say whether you think it's true or false. This is not to shame anybody, but this is, I mean, having now said that, obviously, I mean, it's on you, basically. The shame thing is, like, that's yours. Right. If you think that it's true, right, that students will only learn from a teacher that they like, put your hand up. Thank you. Thank you to the people who put your hand up. This is good. Number 2, if you think that it's true that getting students to talk more and teachers to talk less leads to deeper student learning, put your hand up. Thank you very much. If you think that every lesson should offer differentiation, which basically means different materials, different tasks, and different success criteria for different students, please put your hand up now. Thank you very much. If you think it's true that teachers should praise all their students every lesson, put your hand up now. Gosh, you're really horrible people. Right, no, just don't. Number five, even for experienced teachers, in most cases, improving their management of students' behavior will substantially increase students' learning. If you think that's true, put your hand up. Thank you. Every lesson should start with a retrieval quiz to reactivate previous knowledge. If you think that is true, please put your hand up. Okay, lots of hands for that. Number 7, understanding students' learning styles, things like auditory, kinesthetic, and visual, can give us insights into how best to teach them. If you think that's true, put your hand up. Okay, you've got a surprise coming your way. Number 8, great teachers should always aim to minimize students' cognitive load. If you think that's true, yep, you've got a surprise too. Number 9, when they explain a new idea, teachers should be spontaneous and authentic and improvise, like jazz hands, rather than script in detail exactly what they are going to say. If you think that's true, put your hand up. Thank you. And number 10, students should spend the majority of their time working independently on realistic problems. If you think that's true, put your hand up. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for engaging with my quiz really, really quickly. When I look at the research evidence on students learning from around the world, which is what we summarized in 2020 in the Great Teaching Toolkit Evidence Review, only one of these is true. Which one? Number 5. Right, so at this point, I realize that I might have created some kind of like cognitive dissonance or a feeling of like, but what are you talking about, Stuart, really? And this is all about evidence-based professional learning. So this is where your handout comes into play, right? This is where the thing that looks a bit like this is the English one. If anybody wants English ones, we've got a few English ones out there. You've got Swedish ones. So my answers are down the right-hand side here, and you'll see that for each answer, there's a little number, 4.1, 4.5. Oh yeah, there you go. You can all do this quiz. You know, you can go back into school and do this quiz with people. They'll love you for it. They will be like, that was the best quiz ever, right? But if you see here on this, on your sheet, 4.5 corresponds with this area down here. Number 4.5 is down there. So basically what you've got there is the short version of that big evidence review that we did in 2020, which kind of gives you the underpinning story behind these things. For example, learning styles, just like, learning styles. Actually, let's not go there. Let's go to this one. Teachers, it's not about minimizing cognitive load, it's about optimizing it. And that's like, Stuart, what are you talking about? It's annoying. The whole idea of desirable difficulties, which I know that Jonas Linderoth is talking about today. Desirable difficulties, just getting things just right, not too easy, not too hard, is optimizing cognitive load, not just minimizing it. Because actually we want students to think hard about stuff. We don't want them just to kind of cruise. So anyway, so I'm not going to go into this in depth now, because I've got about 12 minutes left and I need to do lots. But what I want you to do is, if any of these things you thought, hang on, I thought something, and now I'm being told that the evidence suggests something else, then the thing to do is read and just start to think, what is different here? And here on this thing, this is the short version. I'll show you whether you can access the longer version of this, and it is in English and in Swedish and lots of other languages. And you can read what the kind of story of the evidence underpinning this actually says about all of these areas. Is that okay? Okay, let's move on. This is what it looks like. So this is the document you're looking for. There's the one that is interesting for you, I guess, if you speak Swedish. If you don't, I mean, it's still interesting. You just won't understand it. But it is available in lots of other languages, including Welsh. There you go. One of the major languages of the world. And this thing then led to that thing, which is, and you've got the version of that. That's the short version, if you like. And lots of people, I see in schools now, have this thing stuck up on the notice board next to their desk, so that when they're teaching, they're kind of like, what is it I should be doing? Okay, I should be warm, empathetic, and avoid negative emotions. Okay. Good morning. Yeah. It's a good reminder. You know, we get stressed. You know, we get sarcastic. We say things we don't mean and what have you. So it's good to have these reminders. So this is what it said. Like these 4 big dimensions. Great teachers understand the content they're teaching. They create a supportive environment. This is about behavior, classroom management, but really it's about making sure that you use the hour that you've got with those students to the greatest effect, that no minute goes missing. And all of that in order to do these things, to present this new curriculum material, this content, whatever, in ways that get children and young people thinking hard about whatever it is, about, you know, maths or geography or art or literature, it doesn't matter. What matters is that they're doing this in a supportive environment where time is used really, really well and their teachers really understand deeply what they're teaching them. Those 4 dimensions then break down into these 17 elements, and that's what you've got on that piece of paper there. And so this, I think, is what Dylan William described a few years ago as the state of the art in research on teacher development. It's a curriculum for professional learning. Basically, for any teacher who's trying to get better at the day job, the thing that you probably should be getting better at is probably somewhere in there. And interestingly for me, this thing then appeared in this thing. What a happy, wonderful coincidence. And I've quoted the section. Please don't ask me to tell you exactly what this means, because I did translate it. And there's definitely a section in there about successful teaching is based on teachers having good leadership in the classroom, giving students structured tasks and explaining new content, reviewing previous learning, and checking students' understanding and demonstrating good knowledge of their subject and teaching well-structured lessons. Fantastic. And just so you know that I'm not making it up, there is a screenshot of the reference from the document, and if you want to find it, it's on page 131. There you go. I had breakfast this morning with Jonas, and it was lovely, and he was talking about like this in the context of Sweden, and I just thought that was wonderful. Anyway, so last little bit, evidence-based professional development. What does this look like? If we've got a curriculum, we've got the what, then let's think about the how. The what and how. Right, so let's imagine that students are learning in our classrooms. What is influencing their learning? I'm not sure what's happened with the formatting here, but anyway. On your sheet, you've got dimension 1, 2, 3, 4, and we've got these interactions that are going on between the teacher and the curriculum and the student, and then the student and the teacher. And all of those interactions need to be really, really high quality, but they're all mediated by time. If we lose 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, all of these things are less effective. And what is it then that influences those interactions? Well, when we look at the best available evidence, in part, it is the expertise that you have. So, expertise matters. And it's the personal possession that we as teachers carry with us, but we then use and grow in the collective environment, in the community of our schools. But that's not the only thing that influences this. And when we look at the research evidence, and for any teacher anywhere, they will also say, it's also that. The environment in which I'm working matters. And so we wrote this up in another review that is only available in English, not in Swedish. This is about school environment and leadership. What does the evidence tell us about that? But what we learn is that even the best teacher with the greatest expertise will find it difficult to do their best work in a school environment that does not actively help them, that constrains them. So these things matter. So this is what we've got to do in order to change students' learning. We've got to grow the expertise and have a school environment that supports teacher expertise. So what is it then about expertise that matters? Oh, do you want to take a photo? I'll put it back up. There you go. Do you want me to point at things like... Yeah. Okay. I've learned so much from YouTube. Right, what is teacher expertise then? So there are a couple of things. When we look at the literature around teacher expertise, and you can go back to, like a whole long tradition of people studying what is it about expertise in any field, in cabinet making, in dance, in art, in music, in teaching. What is it that stands out about people who have great expertise, and what is it the rest of us need to grab hold of to grow our expertise. It's about understanding, about knowledge and theory and insights into teaching. It's about the why, when, how, and with what of our practice. But that's not just enough, right? Because if you just know lots of stuff, right? I'm pretty good at a lot of these things, but if you put me in your classroom and tell me to teach a lesson, what you will see is horrible. Because it needs the skill, the techniques, the practical abilities, and all of those need to become fluent and automatic. But there's one other component in this that often gets overlooked, and it's judgment. Ooh, or judgment-T. You will remember this because of that. It's judgment, right? So in my classroom, as I'm taking my knowledge and my skill, and I put it into practice in my classroom with my students, well, it didn't quite go right. So then I need to adapt it. I need to think about how I can, respond to my context and use my experience to go, actually, the weather's really bad, and these 3 children have just had an argument, and so actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tweak it slightly. And that's not stuff that you can learn on a course, and it's not a practical skill that you can say, it has these 3 steps, just do this. Those are the foundations, and this is what comes from the classroom. So we need to keep growing expertise in the classroom. And the things that we know affect teacher expertise, are this. This is it. So the whole argument is very simple. If expertise is the thing that is most likely to deliver value for our students, then growing the expertise of teachers matters more than anything else that we can think of. How do we grow that? It's through professional learning that involves feedback and collaboration. These are the critical factors. Feedback and collaboration in professional learning that allow us to build our collective expertise so that I know that what I'm doing is great, but I want you to help me to be even better. So I need feedback to help me to understand how I'm doing already, and I need collaboration to support me to get even better. So if you were to answer this question, the answer is really, really simple. We're at a ResearchED conference and we're thinking about evidence-informed practice and what works and what have you. And if you're a school leader and you were following the best available evidence and you were making choices about what priorities you had in your school, what would be the number 1 priority? That. Is it the priority? No. So we need to reflect on this, and we need to think how we use time carefully and what we do with time practically. So it's professional development. We invest in expertise, but we do it right. We focus on the things that are most likely to matter, not on random stuff. So, and when we look at the evidence around effective teacher learning, what we find is that teachers need goals, clearly defined actionable goals, but they also need to build their knowledge and their skill, remember the expertise argument, and they need to embed those habits so that they become fluent over time, not just, the kind of random one-off events, which is why that school I mentioned in the northwest of England has spent 2 years just focusing on questioning. Their teachers have learned about questioning, they've got goals to develop their practice, they've developed really, really high quality skill, and it's now becoming habitual, it's routine, it's automatic. I'm mindful of time, I've got to finish. Take a photo of this, and when you reflect on the professional development that you experience or that you have in your school, take this as a checklist. This is basically a checklist that comes out of the research evidence on this. And a lot of these things you'll think, okay, yeah, we do a bit of that, maybe not some of that. And you might find that as you reflect on what you do in your own school context, that you think, perhaps we could do a bit more of that thing. Even just having a planned and sequenced curriculum for professional learning could be a major step forward. So take a snap of that, take it away with you, because then I can go like this and move on. I'm just going to put this up very quickly. This is what we think of as a model for collaboration. So we call them great teaching teams. And this is about getting teachers together in sort of small groups. And the agenda is very simply, I want you to help me get even better at. This is what I've done. This is what I've learned. This is what I'll do next. And then here, this is about the kind of 1 week of collaboration, 1 week of self-study. And we just do this week by week by week. And we're seeing a lot of schools starting to do this as a kind of a rhythm of professional learning. I'm going to find, no, we're not going to do this. Making time, you should definitely make time for it. That's really good. Make time for professional learning. Here's a good book written by 2 members of our advisory board. You've already seen John Hattie and then Dylan William also. Professional learning is always the thing that will be important, but rarely urgent. And in schools, there are lots of things that are urgent, and we say we must do that thing. I'm going to argue to say that the evidence is really clear that we need to make professional learning for all teachers both urgent and important, because it is the thing that will drive sustainable long-term improvements for all learners and for all teachers. But it requires excellent leadership, and it requires a collective belief in the power of this. If you want to find out more about this, please, there's a QR code that you can scan there. Please take a snap of that. Also, my colleague Hannah is at the back there. We have a little stand out there. Come and find out. We've got stuff as well. People like stuff. Take stuff, so we don't have to carry it back to England. That would be really great. And if you would like one of us to get in touch with you, if you want to get in contact with us, then there's a little form here that you can fill out. And then somebody will get in touch with you. But I'm going to stop there. I think I'm at time. Have I done this right? I've got it right. Okay. I want to say, firstly, thank you to you for coming along. Tack. I also want to say you can find out loads more information at our website there, and please contact me by email, or you'll find me. I'll be the guy stood outside in these clothes. Thank you so much for coming along. Have a great rest of your ResearchED day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it? It is. Can everybody consolidate in as close to each other as possible? Try not to sit on each other, but get closer. So what you do is you stand up and you get... that better? Oh, that's too much. No, I like to verbalise my voices, so... Oh, where's the clicker? Okay, we have 1 minute. Sama, were you doing the introduction? Were you doing introduction? Okay, come in. Can we please get the doors shut? And lock out anybody that's not here. No joking. Lock him out, quick! No, okay. No, that's right. Okay. All right. Now this is a bit awkward because I don't have an introduction, which I normally get an introduction to a session. So I'm going to have to introduce myself. But I'll tell my story instead. Come in. I don't want to be interrupted. Oh. Okay. I want you to have a question in your mind. Can we teach resilience? Okay, I will wait. Okay, so the question is, can we teach resilience? Think about it. Can we teach resilience? I believe we can, and I'm going to show you how. My name is Scott B. Harris, and I'm joined here today by my co-presenter, Professor John Hattie. Unfortunately, as you saw this morning, John wasn't able to get here to Sweden, so he will be appearing via a pre-recorded video that we've recorded. I'm absolutely honoured to be invited all the way from Australia to present here at ResearchED our findings on an evidence of impact that we did on a framework that I've developed called Crashing into Potential. Now, we have implemented Crashing into Potential into schools and higher education that teaches students how to crash through their adversities. Now, before I get into that, I'm going to do a little exercise with everyone. And on the live stream, which is not there, you can all do it too. Come in, sit down. You can join as well if you want. Okay, everybody. Now, we need to raise our right hand. Make sure it's your right hand. Okay? Everybody get it up? Now slowly lower it. Lower it, lower it, lower it. Put it in your pocket, pull out your phone and put it on silent, please. Good. Now that we have no interruptions, again, hopefully. So the framework is called Crashing into Potential. Crashing into Potential is all about overcoming adversity. Now, whether it's a student that's struggling in class because they find it difficult to learn, they're having trouble at home or in life, or they're trying to make their way through this extremely noisy, socially and emotional world that they are growing up in today. These are skills that students need. They need these skills. So today I'm going to tell you my story, and I'm going to give you some tools that you can take back to your classroom that I've used throughout my journey and throughout my recovery that have helped me overcome my challenges. So when you hear the word crashing, what comes to mind? What do you think about? Do you think of a car crashing into a wall? Hopefully not. An aeroplane crashing? Hope not. I've got to get home. Maybe it's something a little bit less dramatic, like crashing on the couch. Whatever image crashing brings to your mind, what it does is it refers to a breaking point, a point where things fall to pieces. That could be mentally, it could be emotionally, it could be physically, could be internal, could even be external. Well, today I'm going to share with you what the word crashing means to me and how it's gotten me to where I am. Now, as well as this, I'm going to give you a little bit of an insight into the Crashing into Potential wellbeing framework that we've implemented in schools around the world, helping students to learn the tools and the knowledge that I've acquired to overcome my challenges. But before I go on any further, we're going to play a little video. Now, this video is of a segment that they did on me on an Australian TV program called The Project. The Project is a current affairs news program on mainstream TV.
It was about 4:30 in the afternoon, and I was just having a nice quiet afternoon. Phone went, "Are you Mrs. Deborah Harris?" "Yes." "Your son's been involved in a critical motorbike accident?" "Sorry." And I just said to him, "Is he alive?" And he just said, "Can't tell you, I don't know."
Scott Harris was 23, a loving son and an active young man with a taste for adventure. But while dirt bike riding with his mates in 2008, he suffered a horrific accident.
And there was this unrecognisable son lying there. We just said, "We don't care, let him live. He can be a vegetable, we don't care, we want him to live."
Scott made it to hospital alive, but doctors didn't know if he'd survive. He had swelling on the brain, a shattered face, a broken neck and severed nerves in his right arm.
In terms of brain injury, that's the most severe classification of brain injury you can have. In terms of his neck, probably millimetres away from dying, and in terms of his arm, that's probably about the worst type of injury you can have to your arm, far worse than a broken arm.
For more than 2 weeks, Scott hung on, trapped in a coma.
Until he came out of the coma and they could judge what his brain was doing. That was the hardest bit, whether he'd even be able to live a reasonably good life.
After 16 days, Scott finally woke, but the damage was profound, unable to eat, walk, or even speak.
Ask him to lift up his hand, eh?
But as the days became weeks, then months, Scott's fighting spirit drove an incredible recovery.
Hi, Grandma. How are you? All right.
Slowly, he began communicating with his family as a punishing rehab schedule became their daily life.
And you have mixed emotions. I was still a bit cross. For goodness sake, Scott, why don't you listen to what your old man's saying to you? When are you going to learn?
But he did learn, and after 3 years defied the odds and returned to living independently at home. Looking back on that time is still tough.
At that time, my brain just wasn't there. So I do not remember anything about the accident.
Look at that. Look at my finger. I can't stop that.
Struggling with many everyday tasks, Scott realised a whole new set of challenges were waiting for him at home.
Everybody takes their brain for granted. When I did realise that my injuries were that bad, that was when depression set in, just on my own, at home, no friends around, just very lonely.
To break through the things both physically and mentally holding him back, he had to prove he was still capable of living a life many thought he had lost. On his own, he would travel to Europe and snowboard.
It's his life and I just have to suck it up and wish him well.
That trip was the best rehab I could ever ask for.
While travelling, he met Jasmine.
I thought he was cute.
And the pair quickly fell in love.
It was the first time for him he met someone he could connect at that level with. It was the same thing for me.
Now 9 years since the accident, Scott hopes his story of recovery and determination can help others facing seemingly hopeless situations.
Trauma takes a journey, and where you hit rock bottom is the turning point. And if you have the guts to step out of your comfort zone, amazing things are going to happen.
Thank you. Not many people clap after a video, but thank you very much. You're so kind here in Sweden. Okay, so my journey started. I'm the author of the book, which I forgot to say at the start. I'm author of the book, Crashing into Potential, Living with My Injured Brain. Now, this is the name of the framework as well, Crashing into Potential. So my journey, it started back on the 15th of November in 2008. Now, I want you to think about where you were in 2008. Hopefully, well, you might remember it on the 15th of November. It was a spring day. It was a sunny day in Melbourne. Might have been a little bit chilly up here. But I want you to remember where you were at that time. Well, for me, I was having the time of my life. Everything I was doing in my life at the time was brilliant. Had great mates, had great family, had a great job. Everything I was doing was paving its way towards the future. And the future for me looked quite bright. Until the 15th of November, when all that came to a halt. I was on a mate's farm in the outer northeast of Melbourne riding my dirt bike. Me and 4 of my best mates. At about 3 p.m. in the afternoon, I was down in the back paddock and heading towards the house. Unfortunately, I never made it back to the house. You see, halfway home, I had a head-on collision with my best mate. And when I say head-on, I don't mean we hit each other and we fell off. We hit each other head-on. Boom, lights out. Now, I lay there unconscious for 20 minutes until the ambulance arrived and they were able to induce me into a coma and fly me off to hospital, which is where I started my journey over 17 years ago. 17 years ago. Now, after the accident, the damage that I did to my body was brutal. I spent the first 2.5 weeks in a coma with a broken neck, 2 vertebrae, C5 and C6, at the top of my spine. I also did major ligament damage at the base of my skull, and that meant I had to have a halo around my head for 2.5 months. A halo is a metal frame that gets bolted onto your skull and it stops the weight of your head from crushing your spinal cord. So I had that on for 2.5 months. Now, because the accident was head-on, I went over the handlebars and I smashed my face on my friend's motorbike. Boom. I broke all four corners, top to bottom, left to right. And I had to have a facial reconstruction. Now, to reconstruct my face, the doctors just threw a bunch of plates at me. I've got 10 plates all around my face. Now, on top of that, I've also severed 3 nerves in my right arm. That's why this guy doesn't really work that well. Now, I've had 6 operations on this guy so far, and look, that's to get minimal movement out of it. Enough to simply tie my shoelaces. The shit that I used to take for granted, I find very challenging. I can't even butter a piece of bread with this hand, which is tough because I like toast. Now, on top of that, I've also got double vision and I need to wear glasses. I could fix this with another operation, don't really want to. Now, also with my arm, I've got a meeting in May with my reconstructive surgeon to do possibly another operation to get a little bit more movement out of it. After the crash, I was incapacitated to walk like I am now. I was incapacitated to talk like I am now, as you can see on the video. My articulation has grown over the years. And I was in hospital for 6 months. And little did I know that I would be spending the next 17 years going in and out of hospital just to fix this broken body. 17 years. Now, in that time, I've learned a lot about myself. I've learned a lot about overcoming challenges. I've learned a lot about what us humans are capable of, despite all of the shit that we have to put up with, especially from our kids. But the best thing that I've learned is how to teach other people how to overcome their challenges. So whether it be a student that's struggling in class because they find it difficult to learn, or they've got suicidal tendencies and they're harming themselves. These are skills that students need. So over the last number of years, I've been working with a bunch of teachers to develop a framework from my lived experience. This is our opportunity to teach students the real life skills that they need to overcome their challenges, that you'll never find in a textbook. You'll never find them in a maths class. You'll never find in a science class. The things that we teach are from the heart, and they all help the maths class, the science class. And we've been extremely lucky to have Professor Hattie on our team, and we've been working with him for about 5 years now, and he will be talking about the evidence of impact that we did and the amazing results that we got from it. When he told me about the results, I looked at him like, okay, cool. I'm not an academic, so I didn't understand. And he said, I expected you to be a little more excited. So hopefully you're academic, hopefully you can get a bit more excited about it. So I'm going to be explaining to you, look, there are many things that help somebody overcome their challenges. So this is just my story. What I'm talking about is not the only way to do it, but this is how I've done it. And we've got research to tell you it works. I'm going to share with you the 4 biggest influences that I've had on my recovery. Now, these are 4 things that everyone can master if they want to grow. Number 1 is the crushing in the potential framework. Number 1 is the choices that we make and taking responsibility for these choices. Number 2 is the mindset that we develop and instilling this notion in the students' minds that they can overcome anything that they put their mind to. This is what the growth mindset is about. The next is about goal setting and goals and using them as a roadmap to navigate your way through adversity. And finally is about perseverance. Perseverance is the easiest one of the lot. It's just getting back up over and over and over again. Now let's go a little bit deeper into these. What do I mean by taking responsibility for our choices, and what happens when we do? Well, when we take responsibility for our choices, what we're doing is we are taking ownership of them. We're recognizing where we are and how we got here. When students take responsibility for their choices, they gain a greater degree of control over their lives. So instead of viewing themselves and looking inwards and thinking about themselves as pure victims, asking the question, why me? Why me? They can recognize the role that they actually play in shaping their reality. And this recognition becomes a catalyst for positive change. Now, if a student is to step back and lay all the responsibility of their choices onto external factors, what they're doing is they're just giving up control and sort of letting the universe kind of do what it wants to do. But as soon as they take back control, they can then start to dictate their future. They can then start to dictate the narrative that they want to live. So how does this relate to me and my story? Well, when probably the first couple of years after my accident, I spent a long time fighting or blaming everyone and everything for what had happened to me. I spent a long time fighting depression. I spent a long time with no confidence, no drive, and no motivation to want to make my life any better. That was until the day that I took responsibility for what had happened to me. And I made a choice to start looking forward, no matter what. I'd keep my eyes on the prize. Because it didn't matter how much I looked back and asked the question, what if? Nothing was going to change. I needed to look forward at a brighter future for myself. Now, students, they need to understand one thing, that we can't always control what happens to us, the adversities that come our way. But in any given circumstance, we can all choose our response. Now, knowing that they can choose their response, be that in the classroom, in the playground, at home, at school, it gives them a sense of empowerment over their lives. And now this is the very first step to building their resilience. They have to choose it. You can't tell a kid, okay, be resilient. I know that doesn't work because I've got a daughter. Be resilient. Shut up, Dad. No, she doesn't actually say that. She's 4 years old. They have to choose it. Now, the next step to building their resilience is developing their mindset. Students' achievements are located between the ears, up here. And the development of a growth mindset becomes a very powerful asset when they're overcoming their challenges. Students with a growth mindset, they start to view their setbacks as obstacles that can be overcome, rather than roadblocks that stand in their way. So, my mindset was holding me back for years after my accident. Understand this. When I woke up out of the coma, I was incapacitated to live a normal life. The muscles in my throat were so weak that I couldn't even talk. I couldn't eat solid foods. I couldn't communicate. I couldn't live my life. So from this standpoint, I was now disabled. I was living life with a disability. And as far as I was concerned, if I was going to be disabled, I would not enjoy my life. Now, I know that this is a very fixed way of looking at things because I had a fixed mindset. And because of that mindset, I didn't go out and try and achieve any of these goals that would get me to the next level. Because as far as I was concerned, I was always going to be disabled. And that wasn't going to change. Now, this took me down a very dark path and eventually into depression. Now, it wasn't until I changed my mindset and how I viewed myself that I was able to overcome depression and go out and achieve some amazing goals for myself, like traveling the world on my own and helping other people achieve their goals, which you can read about in my book, Crashing into Potential, Living with My Injured Brain. Now, look, don't get me wrong. A lot went into changing my mindset. There was a lot of therapy. There was a lot of encouragement, mainly by my therapists. There was a lot of time, years. But essentially, all I did was I changed that vision that I had of myself, how I looked at myself, as from somebody who can't to somebody who can, somebody who is disabled to somebody who could possibly achieve their dreams. And now this development of the mindset was not overnight, as I said, and it took a lot of internal pressure to develop this mindset. But once I did develop the mindset, I could then start putting in more effort, more often, for longer. And once I was able to do that, I was then able to build in confidence and put myself out there with more effort, more often, for longer. And this is how I started to set bigger and better and more audacious goals for myself, which leads me to the next part of the framework, which is goal setting. Now, goals have been the roadmap to my recovery. In the framework, we teach students how to set goals. We teach students how to plan them out. And we teach students how to achieve their goals. We teach students how to draw their own roadmap to follow. Goals have been the roadmap to my recovery. Now, every therapist that I worked with in rehab made me set goals. We set my long-term goals. We set yearly goals, monthly goals, weekly goals, daily goals. We set a whole range of goals. Goals were the roadmap to my recovery. Now, it's all well and good to set these long-term audacious goals, but they quickly unravel like New Year's resolutions if we don't have a framework around achieving them. And now this is something I'd like you all to write down and take into your class on Monday and start implementing. At the start of every year, have your students set a goal for the year. What do they want to achieve that year? At the start of every term, sit down with them for 20 minutes, half an hour. What do you want to achieve this term that's going to get you to the end of year goal? At the start of every week, have them set 1, 2, 3 little goals for the week that's going to get them to the end of term goal, that's going to get them to the end of year goal. At the start of every day, have them set a little goal. One goal, 5 days a week, that's 5 goals a week. One little goal that's going to get them towards the end of week goal, that'll get them to the end of term goal, that'll get them to the end of year goal. Every assignment that you do with your students, have them set interval goals. I want to have this done by tomorrow. I want to have this done by the end of the week. We need to teach students how to draw their own roadmap to follow. We need to ingrain this skill in the students' DNA so that they can set and achieve goals all the way through their life whenever they get stuck. Now, one of the most important things that we need when we are trying to achieve a goal, what is it? Shout it out. Don't put your hand up, just shout it out. What's the most important thing? It starts with A and ends in accountability. Yeah, accountability. Give yourselves a hand. Or don't. Accountability. We need to keep students accountable. We need to keep students accountable. Simply put, if a student doesn't have to do something, they probably won't. And we need to keep them, thinking grand. We need to keep them thinking audacious. It's all well and good to set these little goals. If a student sets a little goal, they're going to achieve a little goal. They're never going to achieve anything big and grand and great if they don't set these goals to get there. Now, these goals give us purpose, and as adults, we know how important purpose is. Purpose and motivation is what we need to persevere towards our goals, which is the last part of the framework before I hand it over to John, and that is perseverance. Now, perseverance is the most easiest one of the lot. Perseverance, just getting back up over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. My whole recovery has been built around perseverance. The amount of times that I've been told, no, you cannot do that. And I've persevered through those challenges. The amount of times that I've been knocked down through my recovery and I've had to get back up. Perseverance is the key to my success. Perseverance is the key to me standing on this stage as a non-educator, educating educators about education in an educational complex. So it's been the key. Now I was talking about audacious. We need to teach students to set the bar high. Look, I always say this to people. I say if we set the bar at 5, the most we're ever going to get is 5. If we set the bar at 10, even if we don't get there, we're always going to be striving to get there. As long as we've got motivation, we're always going to be striving to get there. And we're going to get better than 5. That's because when we reach the finish line, we stop. Whereas if we set the bar at 10, we're always going to be striving to get there. So we need to teach students to set the bar high, fail, and try again, and 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 as many times as they possibly can. We need to inspire them. This is the easiest way that you can teach perseverance. Perseverance, you'll never find it in a textbook. You'll never find perseverance is getting back up plus doing it again. That is not the mathematical equation for perseverance. Perseverance is best taught through inspiration. The best way you can inspire students is through story. Now, here are 3 stories that I want you to look up when you get home and research and then convey this message to your students. Number 1, the Colonel Sanders, the founder of a restaurant that you might know. Number 2, J.K. Rowling, the author of a book you may know. Harry Potter, you know, and KFC. And number 3 is Sir Richard Branson. He is the master. He is the king of perseverance. Failed more times than he has succeeded. Look up these 3 people and convey this story to your students. And watch them start to look at themselves and give it one more go. Just because he did it, maybe I can too. Now look, life has this knack of pitching up some pretty fast curveballs. Sometimes these curveballs can be hard to hit. They can sometimes be really hard to hit. And other times they can be really, really hard to hit. But teaching students how to hit these curveballs is what the crashing into potential framework is all about. And we know it works. We know that it works because we have evidence of that. And to talk about the evidence, I want to introduce to you, he needs no introduction. Here is a video of John Hattie, and then I'll be back.
I want to set the scene first. I've been fascinated in the many influences about what makes a difference to student learning and achievement. And over the past decades, I've collected evidence from a meta-synthesis of meta-analyses on this topic. Imagine a researcher interested in what effect does resilience and growth mindset, having the confidence to take on challenges and deal with errors and misunderstandings. They do their study, they publish it. Another person does a study on the same issues, but perhaps in a different country, a different level of schooling, a different curricular focus. And so do many others do studies that get published. A meta-analyst collects all these studies and asks two big questions. The first is, how big is the effect of student confidence or self-efficacy on achievement? It's a small, medium, large difference. And they combine these estimates across the many studies to come up with a pretty good estimate of what makes the difference. Second, they ask, does this estimate vary by country, by level of schooling, by the attributes of students, and so on, and so on. And then along comes me. I do a meta-analysis of those meta-analyses. For example, there have been 15 meta-analyses on the effects of confidence, self-efficacy, based on 700 studies, 1.3 million students, with an average effect of 0.77, which, as you'll see, is huge. Now, across 350 influences, 100,000 studies, and 400 million students later, you can see that almost all influences have a positive impact on achievement. Yeah, there are some in the blue zone that are below zero and thus negatively impact achievement. Not surprisingly, boredom, holding students back a year, bullying, labelling are all negative. But 90% have a positive influence, and it should be no surprise that almost all educators can claim that they can improve learning. But we want to understand what are the attributes of those influences in that red zone compared to the yellow zone. That is above and below the average of 0.40. You can now see why the effect size of self-efficacy at 0.77 is huge. It's almost twice the impact of regular schooling. It accelerates schooling by a factor of 2. Now have a look at some of the social and emotional influences and their effects. Now let's turn to Scott's program, Crashing into Potential. I received requests from many about how powerful their program is. But nearly always, this is accompanied with anecdotes about how students love it, war stories about a successful student or two, and how it ticks the box for covering social and emotional learning. I'll not support a program that first doesn't have a logic connecting the program to what else is helping in the school, the mandated curriculum. Second, without evidence of impact in at least 2 schools. And these 2 rules exclude about 98% of programs. In social and emotional learning, Scott has both. First, he has a program logic, connecting the problem, the targets, the intervention, crashing into potential. He attends diligently to the fidelity of implementation, and he's identified short, medium, and long-term impacts. He's also developed readiness notions for starting the program and has scales built into the program to look at the various outcome measures. He opted for standardised measures to set a high bar, rather than just create some scales that mirror what's covered in the language of the program. He's administered these measures as part of Crashing into Potential program near the outset, in the middle of the 10-week program, and at the end. And you can see it took some time to begin to see real change. This is not atypical in programs where building trust, changing attitudes and perceptions are the core. Crashing into Potential is not a quick fix, short program where fun is the core, but rather it's a deeper, systematic program that gets to the heart of the social and emotional issues, about developing coping strategies, developing motivations to improve, developing skills to help and work with others, and developing gratitude and positive thinking. You can see the size of the improvements from the beginning to the end on the key dimensions. And all these effects are substantial in size, some exceeding 0.80. Not giving up and coping with stresses. The overall effect of crashing into potential is 0.68, which is huge. But Scott does not stop here. He is working on improving the impact on students becoming more able to monitor their progress. This therefore is an evidence-based program with a substantial impact on the key outcomes for students. It's been administered by many teachers, but with Scott ever present in book, video, and in person, and has been used in primary, secondary, and tertiary settings. So let's invite Scott back in to tell us how you can find out more about getting this program into your schools.
Thanks, John. One thing that I missed at the very start. Who here thinks the students are important? Put your bloody hand up if you haven't. So if they're so important, we need to supply for them a toolkit of strategies that goes beyond the classroom. I'm going to ask you this question again. But this time, how will you teach resilience in your class? Thank you all so much. Now, if you want to get in contact with me, my email, take a photo of the screen and send me an email. And look, I'd love to sit and chat to you now. I know you've got to get to the next session because we're on a tight budget here of time. But yeah, I thank you all for coming and listening to me speak. Thanks.
Nailed it. Awesome, well done.
Hold on, yeah.
Okay, woo, that was a high one. So good to know, Kate. A warm welcome to the aula, and we have fantastic Kate Jones here for the third time in ResearchED Scandinavia, and you're an experienced teacher, Senior Associate for Teaching and Learning at Evidence-Based Education, and we're so happy for this session. For better answers, ask better questions. Thank you so much.
Tack. Good morning. So it's great to be back here, and I thought, why not start with an IKEA comparison? Because questioning is something that people assume that's easy to do. Teachers just do it naturally and instinctively, and I think there's some truth to that. But just like the IKEA flat pack furniture, when you actually give it a try, there's a little bit more to it. So that's why the theme of this session today is, if we want better answers from our students, instead of looking at them and thinking, oh, I wish that was a bit more detailed, I wish that was a little bit more specific, let's take a step back, and our starting point is, if we want better answers, let's ask better questions. So yeah, you've introduced me. I'm a teacher, author, a few books, as you can see. Some of my books are outside. And yeah, this event is really special to me. The first year I came, I was pregnant. The second time I came, I brought my baby and my husband. And this year I brought my mum. So it's like a real family event. Who knows who I'll bring this next year? Maybe a few cousins or something. But we've heard from John Hattie today, and he's well known for saying, know thy impact. Teachers, be aware of your impact. And that's really important. But before we can even get to the impact we make in the classroom, we have to think about the purpose. And when it comes to questioning, there's lots of different reasons why we ask questions in the classroom. Some of them are covered here, but it could be something else. And I don't have enough time today to talk about all of them, but I thought I'd just pick out a few. And the first one is questioning to check for understanding. And again, it seems like this obvious thing to do, but it's quite useful to just pinpoint what checking for understanding is and what it isn't. So checking for understanding should be these questions that we have planned, we've considered when to ask. We ask early and often throughout the lesson. We need to check for understanding for every individual, not just some. And that is how I used to teach. Everybody get it? Everyone understand? Yep. And that's why I put at the bottom, just a vibe. Like, yeah, I think everyone understands. But I don't have that concrete evidence. So I have to be more precise. And these are a few things that we can see in the classroom that create the illusion of understanding. Anyone got any questions? No? Okay, you must have understood absolutely everything perfectly. But the absence of questions, we know, it doesn't mean that. And then I'll talk a bit later about what we call poor proxies for learning. So just because your students have detailed, lengthy notes, could be very neatly presented, it might look like they've fully understood, but we have to dig a little deeper. So something that I think is at the heart of formative assessment and adaptive teaching is using questioning to follow the learning, not the lesson plan. Now, the lesson plan is important. It gives us some guidance and structure, but then through our checks for understanding, from our questions, we might realise we have to pause, we have to do something else, we have to take a step back, a sidestep, or perhaps we can move ahead a bit quicker than we originally planned. So this is an exit ticket that I'd use at the end of a lesson, and I don't use this format now. But I still use exit tickets, and some people are critical, saying at the end of a lesson, it's too late to wait to check for understanding. You ask your questions, the bells go, they're out the door, they're leaving with misconceptions. So that's why we ask early and often, and the exit tickets to consolidate, and we expect quite a high success rate. But we have to leave enough time for the feedback, and if there are mistakes, I've got enough time before the end of the lesson to resolve that or unpick that misconception. Now, the reason I don't use this type of exit ticket is because I'm just saying to my class, write down 3 things you found out this lesson. And they'd always write something down, and then I'd read them, and I think, okay, why didn't they mention that? I said that 5 times. Nobody put it on the exit ticket. And one day, I was looking at an exit ticket, and it said, I found out Miss Jones went to Greece over the holidays. But that's what, it's really vague, isn't it? And how can we give feedback when we're just saying, write down anything? Okay, so we are missing an opportunity here to really focus on target memories. And target memories are the things you need your students to know and remember. Daniel Willingham, he's spoken at ResearchED events. He's brilliant. He's a cognitive scientist. And he says, when we're planning our lessons, think about what your students will be thinking about most. Because what they think about is what they will remember. So here's my exit ticket. I've got 5 questions every single student needs to answer. It could be 1 question, it could be 3, it could be multiple choice. That's absolutely fine. And I've got enough time at the end of the lesson to give feedback and they can self-assess. However, that exit ticket is a check for understanding, and that's what's known in research as performance. And Robert and Elizabeth Bjork coined this distinction between performance versus learning. They might have understood it today in your lesson, but if you ask the same questions later on, next week, 2 weeks later, can they still answer them? Now, possibly, but they may have forgotten. That's normal, that happens. But if they've forgotten, we found a gap in their knowledge, we can then go over that. If they can remember, great, you now have evidence of learning. They've retrieved it from memory. So you could copy and paste your questions that you've used in an exit ticket, put into a quiz, or just do what I do, recycle them into an entrance ticket. So at the start of a lesson, they come in, and they might say, Miss Jones, we've already answered these questions. Yes, but can you still answer them? If they can, great, they've boosted their retrieval strength, you've got that evidence, let's move on. So the 4 proxies for learning. My colleague, Evidence-Based Education, Rob Coe, wrote about this, and he's published a great paper if you're interested. Now, poor proxies for learning are not necessarily, well, they're not bad things. Students are engaged, they are busy, they're focused. That's things we want in a classroom, right? But that's not evidence of learning. You can be engaged and busy colouring in or doing a word search. So whilst those things, good behaviour, a calm classroom, are things absolutely to aspire for, they don't guarantee learning. And one of the things that Rob Coe pointed out was correct answers could possibly be a poor proxy for learning. So just a moment for us to think about this. Well, correct answers, that's what we want, that's a good thing. Why could they be a poor proxy? Well, it depends. The question could be really easy, that not much thinking took place. Maybe it's a guess. Maybe they've just copied. All sorts of factors. Perhaps they've memorized an answer without really understanding. So that's where, again, we have to go a bit deeper and we have to probe. So we need to start thinking about questioning, yes, I want to get the right answers as that evidence of understanding, the evidence of learning, but I also want my questions to reveal what every student is thinking, and we don't know what they're thinking unless we make that visible in some way. So I was in a maths lesson, observing, I'm not a maths teacher, I'm a history teacher, but I was observing a brilliant maths teacher. She selected a student, he said the answer's 24. Now she could have gone, right, yeah, that's correct, tick, let's move on. But she didn't. She took that a step further. That was just the start of the conversation. Correct. Now talk me through. Tell me how you got 24. And he was able to do that. So then she really did know that it wasn't just a random guess or a lucky guess or copying. He understood that process. And the same if you use mini whiteboards. And they're great for short answers, multiple choice questions. But it doesn't have to end there. That's where we can talk to a student. You've picked A. Tell me why. Tell me why it couldn't be B. And we're promoting this discussion, this elaboration, building on the questions. So this is also a really nice activity. It works better probably in some subjects than others. But if this is the answer, what is the question? So we provide the students with the answer. They generate the question. So the answer could be 1066. That's a famous year in British history. The question could be, what year did Edward the Confessor die? What year was the Battle of Hastings? What year did William become king? And they are all correct. So that really does get them thinking. And fika is the answer, what is the question? Okay, you can only come up with a question if you know what fika is. Although that does sound like a Swedish philosophy, fika is the answer. Okay, I think that's a way of life, isn't it? And also statements as alternatives to questions. So questioning is great. We can get lots of evidence. We can go beyond questioning. But in some subjects, in some topics, we can open up to debate and discussion where there's multiple answers, where students can bring in opinions. This was the main cause of World War I. Do you agree? And they can agree and justify it. Or their partner can disagree. This could be something that they do individually. This could be something they do in pairs or as a group. Another activity, and this is from the school that I used to teach at in Wales, in the UK, is a silent debate. Now, if you've ever tried to have a debate in your class, you probably notice it's dominated by the loudest voices. And just like a debate on social media, conflict can arise pretty quickly as well. So, you know, you might think, yeah, I'm not going to do a debate. That's going to cause too much hassle in the classroom. Well, a silent debate involves everyone. So this example is where the teacher, so I provided a statement on paper. The students, and there's different statements on each table. The students have to respond to that statement, whether they agree, disagree, what else they can add to it. And then as they're going round, they can respond to other people's statements. So we've got this dialogue going on, but you can only respond to these statements if you have that knowledge and if you have that understanding. So this is that inclusive approach to either check for understanding, get evidence of learning, involving everyone. So this statement is not that controversial, is it? But hands up if you agree that ABBA are the greatest band in history. Okay, everybody else? Hands up if, so that's the rest of you now. If you don't agree, hands up, right, okay, so we've got all the people who've got it wrong, have got their hands up now. No, I'm only joking, you wouldn't do that. And this is, sorry for my Swedish reference, but again, something that gives you a little bit of debate, discussion, where you'd have to give in, well, if you do think they are the greatest pop, you've got to give some examples. Okay, so talk about some of their classic songs, talk about their fashion influence, talk about them winning the Eurovision. If you don't agree, then you need to give me some other examples of other pop bands that are better, and you have to tell me why. Okay, so maybe that's one for the music classroom. Now, fill in the blanks is a really good task I'm a fan of, but it often goes wrong because it's too easy. So I was observing a lesson recently. They were doing a fill-in-the-blanks task where they had to add the missing word. The first letter of each missing word was provided, and this word began with F. The student looked at the word bank. Only one word with F there. Put it there. There's no thinking. There's no challenge. It's a copying task. Fill-in-the-blanks could be really good to check for understanding for key vocabulary. Can they select the right vocabulary? Can they put it in the right place? We've got the word bank here, but perhaps this is just my scaffolding so that next week I do fill in the blanks and they don't have that. They have to then put in the words from memory. So the effectiveness of a task really does lie in the level of challenge. And with retrieval practice, the act of recalling information from your long-term memory, if it feels too easy, then we're not really going to get the benefits, and it's probably not retrieval practice if it's just recognition or it's something that clearly they've already mastered. But if it does feel effortful, if there's a bit of challenge, that's where the benefits can be the highest with retrieval practice. Okay, so multiple choice. This is an interesting one as well, but I've been looking at for years. I'm really interested by it, and there is a lot of research about it. The thing we have to remember with multiple choice is that the answer is there. They don't need to generate it, so we should make this challenging. It's the easiest type of retrieval. But just like the exit ticket, you could use multiple choice questions to check for understanding and then use them exactly again at a later date from memory for retrieval practice. So here we've got what's the name of Juliet's cousin, and we've got 3 options. That's all we need, 3 options. And it should be the correct answer and 2 plausible distractors. Now, when I first saw this example online, it had Tybalt, and then it had Justin Bieber, Boris Johnson, these comedy options. And that drives me crazy. And I'm not the Grinch. I do think there should be humour in the classroom. But if my student picks Justin Bieber over Tybalt, is it because they don't know? Or is it because they're just trying to have a laugh? And I can't say, why did you pick that? I gave it to them as an option. And then that can really sort of mess with the scores, and it just reduces the credibility. If you want to make your retrieval practice low stakes, because that's what it is, it's not high stakes testing and exams and summative assessment, that comes later. You could add the option, I don't know yet. If you're using mini whiteboards, they could draw a big question mark. And your students might say, why would I pick I don't know when I can just guess? Yeah, you can guess, but I don't know if your guess is supported by some knowledge or if it's just a random guess. But if you're honest with yourself and with me, you've identified a gap in your knowledge, so I can help you close that. So I've got the boards up, I can see a few question marks, right, boards down, let's talk about it. Dylan William, he edited one of my books, which was brilliant and terrifying at the same time. And he just said, be careful with I don't know yet. You don't want your students just going, I don't know, I don't know. You've got to have some accountability. So maybe you don't include it with every question, or perhaps students can use their I don't know 3 times. Now, something we either need to avoid or just be careful with, younger children I would recommend avoiding, but older children, it depends. It's this use of all of the above. And I used to put all of the above in my multiple choice questions all the time. And I read a paper by Andrew C. Butler, 2019, where he warned teachers against this for several reasons. So the correct answer here is all of the above. Students think this is a trick question designed to catch them out. Ha, gotcha. We don't want them to think that. That's not what we're doing. But that's not the biggest problem. Let's say your student has selected iron. How should you mark that? What feedback are you going to give them? Are you going to say incorrect because the answer's all of the above? And then later they leave thinking, either frustrated, it is a metal, they robbed me, that teacher's wrong, that's not fair. Or they can then have this confusion, oh, I picked it, but I got it wrong, so it must be something else. I could say, okay, I'll give you a point for that. But then they might think that the other 2 options are incorrect. I genuinely don't know what feedback to give at this point. So if a question is generating that level of confusion, then again, it's probably worth avoiding or just being careful with. And the same with none of the above. So the students answered, which battle took place 1066? None of the above. Yes, I've got my point. Do you know which battle took place that year? Nope, but you can't take my point away from me. Okay, so I've just exposed you to incorrect options. I don't know if you know the thing that I'm trying to ask. If we use none of the above, we should have a space afterwards. Tell me what the right answer is then. That's the only way we'll get that evidence of their knowledge. Multiple choice. So you'll have some students who go through it quite quickly, and that could be a downside of multiple choice. But other students may need a little bit more time, and that's absolutely fine. But when you've got classes and they say, Miss, I'm finished, and oh, I'm only on question 2. This is where you can have tasks like this. So you've got, this is a PE example. Students select what they think is the right answer. If they finish their paper quiz, and I know in Sweden we're moving towards more paper and less tech, which I'm all for. All the exams in the UK are still paper-based at the moment, so it makes sense to be writing lots. But if you finish, then tell me something else. Tell me why the other 2 options are incorrect. If it's true, explain why. Tell me how you know this. Illustrate it. Show me your workings out. So you're beginning to build in that stretch and challenge. Right, I think I've got this right, haven't I, Lagom? Yeah. So I would usually say the Goldilocks principle. But you have a term in Sweden which captures it perfectly. So we don't want our questions to be just too easy, that they don't even have to think hard and they're not challenged. We don't want the questions to be too difficult, that it knocks their confidence and motivation. So just like Goldilocks wanted, we need our questions to be just right so that they are thinking hard. It's there. Whether they can answer it or not will probably depend on the forgetting and the memory. But that sweet spot with the Lagom is perfect. And problems with hands up. Okay, so hands up still seems to be one of the most common questioning techniques in the classroom, and it's a hard habit to kick. When I'm in the classroom, I still sort of revert to hands up. That's fine, there's a time and a place. But have you noticed it's the same students who always put their hand up? The same students who never put their hands up. And when we rely on hands up, we get evidence from 1 or 2 students. That's a snapshot. That's just a sample of the class. The only evidence we have is of those 1 or 2 students. We don't know what everybody else knows or what they don't know. So hands up shows other things. It can show participation. And we don't want to squash the enthusiasm of the people who want to volunteer, but we need to create a classroom culture where we don't just rely on hands up, where it's inclusive and we want to hear from everyone. So, as I've said, there can be a time and a place for hands up. It might be after you've got your evidence from everyone, and you say, does anyone want to add something extra? Does anyone have a question that they'd like to add? So, yes, hands up, and I've put behaviour management as a strategy because I was in a classroom and there was lots of shouting out, and in that scenario, hands up would have been a good starting point. But generally, this should not be the main questioning technique in a classroom. And that's not me telling you how you should or shouldn't teach, but just because there's so many problems with it. So cold calling, you might have heard of that. It's a term from Teach Like a Champion. In the UK, we hate that term because cold calling means like random people ringing you up. Cold calling means to select somebody. There's a bit more to it than that, as explained in the book. You could have hands up, but it doesn't mean you're just going to pick the person with the hands up. It means everybody listening to the question, everybody get ready, because I could select anyone. Now, I found this really difficult when I was doing this in the classroom. I thought, I've sort of got to a point where the people who want to answer, I can ask them, and I don't feel like I'm putting anyone under pressure or on the spot. But I'm hearing from the same students all the time. I need to hear from everyone. So a few tips. It might be called cold calling, but Doug Lamov, the author, says it's not about picking on students. It's very warm and friendly. It's not they're looking out the window, let's ask that student. We're not doing the trick and the gotcha. We want students to be successful. So we want it to be very positive. We can use lots of precise praise with it. And this is a key point. So if you've asked a student a question, they might then think, Miss has got loads of people she's got to ask. She's never going to ask me again. I can put my feet up and relax this lesson. Nope, I might still ask you again. And I regularly do that. So just because you've asked and answered a question once, doesn't mean that you stop listening and participating. You still have to be engaged. But this is something that I found helpful, is get feedback. Either watch yourself, video yourself teaching, ask a colleague, ask your students. And I'm going to come back to the students in a minute. but observing others. Now, we're busy teachers. It would be nice if we could see each other teach more, but the reality is we don't always have the time. There's loads of great videos on YouTube. If you type in cold calling, teach like a champion, you'll find them all there. I found cold calling helpful when I combined it with other techniques. So let's do think, pair, share. You've got your individual think time, write something down, now talk to your partner, and then the third technique will be, right, let's share, but I'll select who answers. Because I know they've had think time to share their answer, so I felt more comfortable. And also at this point, really important, we should regularly explain to the students why we do what we do in the classroom. So I've got a 2-year-old daughter, but I've got 2 stepchildren, and they're teenagers. But when Charlie, my daughter, when she was 11 in year 6, the last year in primary school, we, the parents, had an email saying, we're now using cold calling. Here's a blog from Doug Lamarvin. This is why we're doing it. They thought they were trying to prevent any complaints from parents, basically. So when I said to my daughter, I said, oh, is your teacher asking questions a bit differently now in the lesson? She's like, yeah, I hate it. What is that all about? Why is she picking on us all of a sudden? Just let the people who want to answer and leave the rest of us alone. I was like, oh, no. She's not picking on you. She wants to hear from everyone. And I said to my husband, I said, all that effort they went to explain it to the parents, and they forgot to tell the students. So she was 11, and all the way throughout her school life, if you want to answer her question, you put your hand up. And then today, no hands up, I'll just pick someone. And they didn't know why. So that tells you a little bit about my stepdaughter as well. I want her to be involved. So that's a really important point, because it's interesting. I talk to students all the time after a lesson. I said, did you get feedback in that lesson? No. I said, what was that conversation between you and your teacher? Oh, that was just a chat where they were telling me what I'd done well and what I need to do next time. Oh, but that's not feedback then. I don't know, is it? But they didn't write anything down. So again, these conversations with students are useful. This is something I hear a lot. Well, isn't this common sense? Yeah, but is it common practice? For years, I relied on hands up. Of course, I knew that it was the same students, but I hadn't got into the routine and the habit. I made these, unfortunately, bad habits when it came to questioning. So common sense and common practice, not always the same thing. But if you're thinking, well, I'd like to do that, but there are some students in my classroom who really struggle. They don't like answering questions in front of their peers. Well, I've got a few different techniques that you could use that I call confidence builders to try and get them all to that point where they're very comfortable and relaxed contributing. The first one is give the students a green light. So this works well with the think, pair, share, cold calling. So let's say your students are in pairs and they're talking about a question or problem solving. You know there's a student who doesn't like answering in front of their peers. You go visit that student, you find out their answer. If it's correct, in this one-to-one conversation, you tell them, that's a great answer. And then later when you come to share, you pick that same student. So you say, Heather, that's my mom. Heather, would you mind sharing that answer that you told me with the rest of the class? Now, I've already told her that it's correct. I've already given her the praise. So I've removed that anxiety and that problem from it. This example I saw in an art lesson in a primary school. And the teacher, Ruth, said to one of the boys, what's your best answer? And she didn't say that to others. She was asking them questions. And he looked down and then he gave an answer. And I asked her afterwards, why did you ask questions to everyone else, but asked him what his best answer was? And she was very reluctant to share and engage, but she found this was helpful. It gave him a little bit of ownership about what he was sharing with the class. And this is scaffolding. So she's basically using this technique just to build his confidence so that he gets used to talking in front of his peers, and then she can direct more specific questions towards him. Also providing lots of ways to respond. When I taught in Abu Dhabi for 5 years, lots of students with English as an additional language. Every retrieval practice task was writing. And there were some boys, I remember being very worried about them. Oh, I don't know how much they can remember. And then one lesson, when it was a verbal retrieval task, they were chatting away, they were remembering lots of things, using vocabulary. Of course, the problem wasn't the retrieval, the memory. They didn't have the literacy skills. So the multiple ways, verbal, written, multiple choice, and so on. Wait time. Yeah, a few people going, oh, yeah. Do you know how much wait time you provide? And you might think, well, it depends on the type of question, and it depends on the class. But when teachers say, yeah, I think I provide enough time, I say, do you know, have you ever timed yourself? I have, and I was shocked. I think probably it'd be interesting. The research that I'm about to share is from America. I imagine in Sweden you're quite reflective and you have your thinking time. Your wait time is probably a bit longer, but the average wait time for teachers is less than 1 second. So we ask a question and then we pick a student to answer. And no wonder they feel on the spot, panicking, and they're not sure. Okay, and this research has been replicated many times. So I was in a lesson and the teacher said, you've got 30 seconds to do this. And I stood at the back, thought, here we go. Started counting. We got to 3. 3 seconds. A teacher, 30 seconds was 3. So Mary Budrow, even though this is from the 70s, it absolutely rings true today, said that there's 2 forms of wait time. We've got you pose your question. We don't select a student if you're co-calling at this point. You give everyone the think and wait time. Basically, it's the teacher wait time. It's the student's think time. They prepare the answer. Okay, and then we select a student, we get their answer. Then the second wait time is once they've responded, we just pause. Give them time and opportunity in case they'd like to add anything. Because teachers are naturally so caring, this instinct kicks in if you see a student struggling and you just want to help them and you go, yeah, and before you know it, you've answered it for them and you've said, well done to yourself because you've answered that question. So this was interesting, how student learning can increase just by adding a few seconds. So I know there's a lot of curriculum content, we haven't got much time, but we can do this. This is a little change, adding 2 or 3 seconds, that can make a big impact. That the questions that we ask, the responses are more developed, the students are a lot more confident. Because rushing answers is about rewarding speed, not necessarily accuracy or thinking. And I have thought about this. I thought this is such an easy thing that we can do in the classroom, but why don't we just give more time? And I think there could be an uncomfortable feeling with silence in the classroom, that we have to fill that silence. I think we overestimate the time, like the teacher who said 30 seconds and it was 3. I think that's pretty common. And something else I would advise you to do is tell your students not to waste that time, that is their think time. The first time I was really focused on wait time, I didn't trust my own counting. I just used my phone and pressed start. And then a student went, Miss, are you okay? Because I was just stood there. I went, oh, this is wait time. I'm just giving you time to get your answer ready. So tell them that this is valuable time. So the big 3, and I knew I had to finish on time because it's lunch next, okay? So questions should make everyone think. And hands up and other techniques make some people think. So they should be challenging enough that everybody is thinking, which then leads to the next point, is we've got to then make that thinking visible. Whether they are writing it down, selecting, talking about it, the silent debate, all of these different techniques. And then we use those responses. The answer is not the end point. The answer then directs what we do next. This is at the heart, again, as I said, of formative assessment, adaptive teaching. It should give you that confidence to move on, or it should be a clear indicator, okay, I need to just pause here, either with the whole class, or perhaps you just notice a few individuals need a bit of extra support. So you may have already seen this, but evidence-based education, I'm on the advisory board, Ava, Hartel, the organizer, she's translated the model for great teaching, evidence review, into Swedish. This is just the summary, but the whole evidence review is in Swedish, and it's available freely. My colleague, Hannah, she's just outside. There's a lot about questioning here in the 4th dimension, making students think hard. And I also can share with you a discount code, and I know that this discount code applies to Europe. So I said to my publisher, I'm going to Sweden, is there anything I can do? So that's the author code there. Sage is the publisher, Auth25. This is my book specifically about questioning, teaching and learning in the classroom. But all that's left to say is tack så mycket. Tack, tusen tack. I'll leave it there. If anyone's got any questions, I'll be hanging around. But go get your grab and go lunch, and have a great day, everyone.
Go to your Google Classroom, click on Classwork tab. In your Science folder, I have posted an article.
Inner city. Good afternoon, everyone. Ooh, it's loud. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I don't even need a mic. So I need to speak with a softer voice. Okay, wonderful. So we'll start, because ResearchED always starts on time, and sessions end on time for wonderful colleagues who remind us the 5-minute and the 1-minute rule, so thank you. Okay, so as I said, good afternoon. Hope everybody had a good lunch. My name is Nidhi Sachdeva, and I'm here from the University of Toronto, from Toronto, Canada, all the way. And today we're going to explore a topic that actually sits right at the intersection of memory, design, instruction, and how people learn. And the topic is the transient information effect. It's one of those quiet but powerful ideas that changes how you think about everything that you do in the classroom, every slide you make, every video you create, and every explanation you deliver in your class. We'll look at this topic, or the notion of where it all began, like literally thousands of years ago, as you can see from the visual that I've chosen for my entry slide, and how it shapes our environments, and our learning environment specifically today. But before we get into that, I have a real quick task for you. If you all have a piece of paper and pen, pencil, that's great. If you don't, and you have an iPad, you can use your iPad to draw something, but you're gonna need that. It's not too elaborate, so all I want you to do is listen to my instructions as carefully as you can. They're not complex, they're short, they're simple, but I'm gonna read them one time, and then you could do the task. Everybody good? Good, okay. So these are the instructions. Listen carefully. Short sentences. Draw a large square. Inside the square, draw a triangle. Inside the triangle, draw a circle. Above the square, draw a small star. To the right of the square, draw a rectangle. Inside the rectangle, draw 2 horizontal lines. Now draw a small arrow pointing from the star to the triangle. Go ahead. Why are you laughing? Okay, you must have drawn something. Let me have a look. Mini whiteboard time. Square, that's very good. Oh, triangle, I see that. A star too. Not bad, yeah. And I'm sure, because my instructions were clear, I speak English with clarity and slowly, and the sentences were not very long. I'm sure your visual looks like that. I'll prove it. Draw a square. Inside the square, draw a triangle. Inside the triangle, draw a circle. Above the square, draw a small star. To the right of the square, draw a rectangle. Inside the rectangle, draw 2 horizontal lines. Now draw a small arrow pointing from the star to the triangle. Pretty easy, right? You got it. That wasn't hard, right? That wasn't hard at all. Now, you may say to me that, do you see what happened though? Do you see what happened? I gave you instructions. You understood the instructions, but you couldn't retain them, and hence you couldn't do the task that we needed to do, at least as nicely as I did. Now, you could say that classroom instructions are not like that. Like, we're not giving those kind of instructions, Nidhi. Fair enough, you're right about that. We don't give those kind of instructions. I hope we don't. But you may have heard this idea. So let me try to play this video here, if I can get to.
Go to your Google Classroom, click on Classwork tab in your Science folder. I have posted an article, How Earth Systems Interact with One Another. Read the article carefully, take notes, and then answer questions 1 to 5, but skip question 4. We will do that one together later on. Write your answers on a new Google Doc. Label it Interactions Between Earth Systems and submit it. Be sure to finish it before the recess. Have fun!
Come on, we do that kind of stuff. Maybe this was a bit of an exaggeration. By the way, thanks to the AI avatar educator, right? It's not meant to be, negative towards the teacher, but this idea that maybe even if we've done a part of that, it's the same thing that happened to us here. That's what the students feel. And I walk and I see, and I've been in that situation as a student, as a teacher too. the instructions finish and students go, do you know what we have to do? Well, they don't know. Yeah, sure. So what is happening, right? What happens is, and again, even though my instructions were clear, you felt confused, and then you laughed. Students would often feel that way with our instructions too, no matter how clear they are, the instructions. And the question is then, why is that? I'll let you read that. Right? It is hindered because what we need to do, we can't do because whoosh, it's gone. Here 1 second, gone the next. Don't worry, it's not on a boomerang replay. I actually made a video of my screen to put it here. Anyways, so I think it's good to talk about this. I think this is, as I said, it's so quiet, this idea, and it's so obvious that it's what we often miss with the best of the intentions. Slight mindfulness towards this, we can shift a lot of the things. Because you could see, if the students don't get the instructions, then they can't do what you want them to do. And that defeats everything that follows, no matter how amazing that session is, or that design of your instruction might be, right? So let's start with a simple question. Why did humans invent writing? I think it's really worth pausing on that idea and think about it, to think about that. It wasn't just, or it wasn't initially for creativity or art, it was actually necessity. Before writing, everything we knew lived in our heads or in conversations. If you forgot, the knowledge was gone. As societies expanded, memory simply wasn't enough. And they did not have the USB key sticks, they didn't have the external hard drives or phones. Memory just wasn't enough. And that started to impact lots of things, including trade, governance, education. Writing was actually humanity's first external hard drive, if you think about it, right? It was the first way to make information permanent. That's why we invented writing. It's really important. It's an important tool. It's a record of what has been said, because said things are fleeting. They're one here second, gone the next. So this is true for all forms of writing, even if the medium now has changed with lots of technology, right? It's true for all of that. So this is the real sort of origin of learning design, if you think about it. The Sumerians didn't invent writing for poetry or art, they did it to remember. When memory failed, systems failed. And this moment in history reminds us that memory has always been the bottleneck, right? And even today, our brains haven't evolved much, especially our working memory. Working memory continues to be limited in time and capacity, that we can't actually do anything about it. It is limited, it's fragile, and that ancient challenge that working memory is limited, and I can't keep everything you say to me to be able to perform that action in my head right away, that challenge hasn't gone away just because we have more tools in our hands, right? A student will feel that way. And that is the idea of transient information. Not yet the effect, but the information. Transient information is any information that's not recorded. It disappears the moment you stop hearing it or seeing it. Before writing, so even if I have a definition on the screen, even if it's written, but if I go that way, it's gone for you still, right? It's gone for you. So even with technology, we had this issue. So what we did was we started capturing it through writing, drawing, painting, and later books and recordings. Every one of these inventions was a way to make information permanent and to make it more revisitable, so we could go back to it. And it's true, the human brain actually craves permanence. It craves for permanence. It can't learn from what vanishes. right? So here's the bigger picture. Our entire intellectual history is a quest to fight transience, if you think about it. Every tool we built, from cave drawings to digital archives, is about that one thing: preserving information long enough for it to be understood, remembered, and passed on. In learning and development and training and instruction, all of those, we're part of the same story. Our job is to design what we're doing in the classrooms for as much permanence as possible in that moment that the students need it, right? So the transient nature of information impacts every single thing that follows after that. Everything. Our spoken briefings disappear, webinar slides disappear, just like that, right? Animations vanish. Now what's interesting is that we do have way too many tools to play with, lots of technology, lots of multimedia, multimodal technology in and outside the classroom. And by multimedia, I don't just mean doing something online. Even in the classroom, we're using a lot of multimodal elements, right? But it's just different tools, same problem. Fleeting information, transient information, once here and gone the next second information, overloads working memory. No. That was gone. Right? It's gone. And that situation, that reality, that's not something you can change, that it is fleeting. My spoken words are fleeting, period. That's not something you can do anything about that. But if I want to do something with what I said, I have to have something to support that. But this transient nature of information is what creates the transient information effect. Don't worry, this is not going to disappear so quickly, so I'll let you read it, because I know I got like all that stress on you now. Transience. And if you're wondering, I have no issues being quiet and have this awkward silence while people read a slide, because not to overload your extraneous channels, I'm not going to read it for you. You read it yourself, but you get the idea, right? It happens when we have fleeting information and then we don't have that. And working memory just doesn't have the time to process it. And that effect is called the transient information effect. And as classroom educators, or online educators, wherever you are providing any kind of instruction, we want to be aware of this effect. Students will feel it, no matter what. But we could do something about that. But being aware of this is very, very useful, right? So it happens when learning, as I said, is hindered because the information disappears before working memory can make sense of it. And if learners can't revisit or reprocess what they've just heard or seen, their comprehension and retention will plummet. It's not just about attention, which is important, it's about access. So there are studies done on this too, and this is obviously just a real quick gist of it. Researchers have compared transient and permanent forms of information. For example, speech versus text, or video versus a series of static images. And when learners can revisit the material, they found that their performance skyrockets. They do much, much, much better. And when they can't revisit what they need to, their scores drop. And the evidence is very consistent. Durable information leads to durable learning, right? So a bunch of these studies that have been done have found, when they compared folks with just the speech and text, who will learn better, right? It's great that there's experimental studies on it, but it's also common sense too, right? So, and as I mentioned earlier, this really is the cognitive reason behind it. The mechanism is actually quite obvious to us, and we're all at ResearchED, and I know if I were to do some kind of analysis, I think working memory might be the most frequently used word at ResearchED. So working memory, it can only hold few pieces of information. You all listened probably, draw a square, draw a triangle in it, and I probably said one more thing, and I think the fourth thing you were just like, right? That's when it happened, because it tapped out. It just did, right? So that's a cognitive reason. Working memory can hold about 7 elements at once, but can only actively process 2 to 4. So it could hold, but you can't really process more than 4 maximum. So imagine listening to complex information. This is how the human heart works and all that kind of stuff you're learning while trying to remember each step. It's like trying to hold water in your hands. That's what students might be feeling when we're doing that, with the best of the intentions. If the content disappears before it's processed, nothing transfers to long-term memory, which is our ultimate goal. Learning is a stable change in one's long-term memory, quoting Paul Kirshner here. Awareness of transient nature of information isn't an add-on, it's the foundation of effective instruction and effective design, if you think about that. It's the foundation of what is it that I'm going to do from this point on. And if we always remember that, how can I make that permanent so my students can use it when they need it? So once we understand the transient nature of information, design, instruction, what we're doing in classroom then becomes more intentional, right? The segmenting principle, for example, it's a great principle. These are some of the multimedia principles I got. Segmenting principle, it's breaking continuous content into manageable, pause-ready chunks. Signaling principle, pointing to things, highlighting, bringing your attention. Modality principle, pair visuals with narration, but ensure learners can revisit both. Redundancy and coherence here, avoid clutter that competes for attention. So these are all very powerful multimedia principles, and there's lots of experimental studies that they are effective when we integrate them. And sometimes there might be a misconception that a lot of time people think multimedia principles just only when we're doing things with technology, like PowerPoint or slides. No, but even what we do in the classroom on the chalkboard, writing and then erasing, right? Like all that is part of your multimodal design, like different media you're using within the classroom. So what's interesting is that once we understand the transient nature of information, we become more intentional with how we design instruction. So as I was saying, the segmenting principle exists because continuous information is overwhelming. Learners need natural pauses. It's okay to have those pauses and let that sink in for a moment. The signaling principle helps because cues keep key ideas visible. Modality principle works when visuals and narration are synchronized and reviewable. And redundancy, when done right, ensures the critical information stays accessible. Again, good design isn't about more media, it's about more permanence, right? So learners have access to that. Let you read this again, this slide as well. So it's the simplest takeaway and the hardest habit. And here's the other tricky part. We're teachers. We love to talk. We tell. We love to, oh, there's this other example. And there's this more. There's this more. We love to talk because we know a lot, I hope. Right? But it's a habit thing too. So what we want to do while you're learning amazing theoretical frameworks, great studies, great case studies that ResearchED Scandinavia today and other events and other professional development experiences that you have, make it a habit to be aware and just always remember the transient nature of information, being aware of it. Every time you create a presentation, video, I make micro-learning modules, ask yourselves, can learners revisit this? Can they see what I'm saying? Awareness alone will transform your instructional visuals. And it's the invisible foundation behind every evidence-informed design principle, right? And that's really useful. You're already doing amazing things. Bringing more permanence to what students need to see in front of them, right, is so useful. I have younger kids, and they come home, tell me things about what they did at school, and it's all exciting. And then I say, do you have something? No, it's I heard it, and that's it, right? It's like, it's really useful. It's just a piece of paper we're talking, and the solution is actually not as complicated. So we're gonna look at some practical strategies in a moment. I'm remembering here this one study. I don't know the exact data. I can look up the study and share that with you, but I think they were comparing how much of the material that the teacher writes on the whiteboard or the blackboard in, I think, North American classrooms and how much stays in a Japanese classroom. And I don't remember the exact percentage here, but it was something like about 80% remained on the board until the end of a lesson in Japanese classrooms. I think it's called a bansho boards or something. And only about 20% remained in the in North American classrooms, right? So you can just see the comparison there also. And when something remains on the board, you know that that's a visual support, an anchor chart, a checklist, a worked out example for some of your students who still really need it. And it can go as a scaffolding sort of effort when they don't need that. But the first time, the second time, or you make that call for how long they might need that. And you could see, look for evidence. Have they gotten it yet? Now it's in their long-term memory. They don't need that anymore, right? So it's being aware of that is a really great starting point. So let's look at a few practical strategies to reduce the transient information effect. So, right, we want to design for memory, not just delivery. Make it visible. Key points, steps, visuals on screen while speaking. Or handouts. I've seen that as well. And I was doing a presentation, and then I went back to that same school a couple of months later, and one of the teachers said that, you talked about transient information, and it wasn't just this presentation, we were talking about attention and transience in general. And she said, since then, I've been using handouts, and all of a sudden, I have a lot more focus from students. They're taking notes. They're not on their device, because I bring something to them, and they take it, and then it's like we're literally on the same page. Like, really, no pun intended here. And that was a great story for me to hear. And she's like, and I'm enjoying that so much more, too, versus thinking they're on their screen. Maybe they're, sending a message on WhatsApp. And of course, we have this power with learner control. Sorry, I don't know why this button presses before I do that. I'll hold it carefully. Add learner control. So add pause, replay, rewind in videos and animations. This is really easy. It's possible to do, and we should be thinking more consciously about that. There are times when I've made some videos. Of course, people could go back in the video, but there were some micro lessons that I was doing, and it kind of like they were not able to go back so easily. And then I thought, of course, there's a lot of extraneous cognitive load, but transience was really impacting that too. So bringing that in is really useful. Provide written scaffolds. Very simple but powerful tool. Transcripts, handouts, digital notes to sort of have the access later. And make it simple for the students to reach, not like go to your Google Classroom, log in 5 more times, and then verify your code, and then do that, and then do that. And then in one more folder you find that. I say this publicly, that I make micro lessons, and I won't even use a platform if it requires people who are going to be on the receiving end of the information to create an account. I will not use it. It needs to be a single click that I can send you via email or put on the LMS or WhatsApp or whichever way I'm connecting with folks. So we want to make it simple, right? Re-access doesn't mean that let's make it a treasure hunt, right? So that's not what I'm talking about. But written scaffolds are really useful. Segment and signal, as we were talking about, chunk long explanations into smaller units, highlight key ideas, retrieve them frequently, other aspects that we're learning here as well. And align narration with visuals, all the multimedia principles. But just now think about Am I tackling the transient nature also? Can my student get to it? Revisit and retrieve. Use short knowledge checks, space reviews, and ultimately our goal is it becomes permanent in their long-term memory, so we can move away from it, right? But until that point, it's not gonna work. So, you know, there are some times when you're doing something on, let's say, Canva, and you don't know that one particular tool. So you go on YouTube and you watch a video, and the video is amazing. It's like a short reel or something, and you say, you click here, you click here, you click here, and you could do that. You watch the video, and try doing that exact thing that you totally well understood now without that video. It's really hard. So then what we normally do is then we go to a browser, open Canva, and then we play the video, click one step, pause the video, go to the other video, pause, go to the Canva. That's what we do. 2 days ago, I had to download like a Hindi keyboard. My first language is Hindi. Hindi keyboard on my Samsung. I had updated my phone and it just went away. So I watched this reel and it was really simple. It was really easy, but it still had 7 or 8 steps. Go to general management, then go to settings, then go here, go there. So I was literally doing that, play the video, do the video, like that kind of stuff, right? Not that, you know, they would know the idea of permanence. They're influencers, they're making videos. I'm grateful for that video. I did download it, but I'm just saying that along with that video, your video description could just have step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could just read that steps. That would really help too, right? Okay, so this is a video, it's a short clip I'm gonna play for you folks. It's from a workout studio called F45 based out of Australia, but they're all over the world as well. I used to work out there. I have the video with their permission. That's Matt and that's Danny, our coaches. And I really like working out there. So in the beginning, when I started doing it many years ago, some things like, you need to do a Romanian deadlift. Okay, you go this way and this way, or you need to do bicep curls. It's like, I don't know all the words and the terminology and how to do it. You go to a studio and they do a really interesting thing. So they do the demo. Now, it's an excellent demo. I'll play it. But when the class starts, there's like 12 exercises. I don't remember everything, but F45 has thought of a really amazing way to tackle that. So let me play the video.
All right. So, basically,
try doing that.
Add upper body, lower body. So for lower body option, it's going to be Romanian deadlift. So grab the bar, keep it close to your shins, keep up the chest, feel the stretch in the back of your leg and in your glutes. Squeeze them as you're coming back into front position. Or you can go for the row. Push back the hips, keep up the chest. Keep nice and tight torso, so that's going to be your base for the pull, and then lean forward, pull back those elbows, and squeeze the shoulder blades together.
Nice. Okay, so next station, we're going to be doing a kettlebell raise. So we're going to grab a kettlebell, have it on one side of our body. It's going to be racked between our forearm and our bicep. From here, we're going to rotate the shoulder out, lock the abs into the lat, press up, nice and controlled, and then reset it right back to where we started. Next set, you do the opposite side. If we're doing the lower body, we're going to be doing a single leg deadlift. So strong base on the support leg. Kettlebell is going to be on one hand. As I do that, at the same side, we're going to hinge the hip back, keep that back leg square with the ground, and from here we drive, locking that glute, staying nice and balanced, and then we switch over on the next set.
Okay. And that is during the class, while the coaches watch you after the demonstration. Everybody can look at this because you can see there's about, I don't know exactly how many they had in this particular class, but there's about, for each upper body, lower body, there's 9 sets, right? So about 20, maybe 20 exercises. And it's impossible for me to memorize them all. They present this whole thing before the class starts, about 5 minutes or so it takes them. And then they'll present it really nicely. Excellent demo, excellent instruction giving, great sort of, idea, I get that. But then comes the time for the class, and the class moves fast on a timer. If I had to remember everything, I wouldn't be able to do that. It's when I was kind of like researching and studying about transient information effect, I just realized that one day, I was like, whoa, The only reason I'm able to actually follow along the class so well is because that transience has been taken care of in the class, right? So it's just one example of how, and again, this is an industry, this is an organization, people pay lots of money to be a member there and then they join it. And so they are thinking from that perspective, how can we make that easy? How can we really, really keep people from not feeling lost? Because I can tell you, if I didn't have that, I would have not gone probably after a week. Because I would have felt frustrated. It's like, I don't know, it's like Romanian deadlifts here and then do that and single leg, whatever. Like there's all these words too. And so I don't need to remember anything. I just need to watch the form, and then I can just do the class, right? So this is one example, and it becomes a very successful experience for me as a learner or as a participant. And so when we will do that in our classroom, we're going to be really making that extremely successful for our students as well, right? What is going to confuse them? What is going to require them to have that information? Can they have that information? If not, I'm going to leave the steps on the board, folks. Take a moment. You can either copy them or they'll be here. Don't worry. I'm not going to erase anything, and then you could do the task. And I remember when I used to teach German, I would write sort of, when we did the whole explanation of the German grammatical structure of a certain case, and students would really get nervous and they would want to write as they're listening to me. And then I would always tell them, no, don't write right now, just pay attention what I'm doing. And I think their worry would always be that I'm going to erase it. And I probably did do that in my initial years of teaching. And that's when I realized that if I'm telling them to pay attention, then I have to give them extra 5 minutes or more after so that it stays on the board. Because I'll finish teaching and I'll be like, okay, great. And then they just feel like, I get it, but I don't remember it. It's not mine yet, right? So these are two different examples, one with a video I showed, one I'm sharing with my own personal teaching experience. But the point is, it's never about heuristics. Yeah, that's my last slide, by the way. It's never about heuristics. It's never about rules. It's about heuristics. It's like, what will you take from that and create an informed decision? And that's why, I really prefer the phrase evidence-informed over evidence-based, is that you are learning as much as about the evidence, and then you're informing yourself and informing your actions. That's really what it's about, right? So that's the transient information effect. Really quickly, this is it's an anonymous survey. So with the research team, and if there's more questions, I think I have a few minutes, we can take some questions, but I'll leave this up here. With the research team spread out across the Netherlands, US, Canada, and the UK, along with folks like Carl Hendrick, Jim Heel, and Jim Hewitt, my colleague, we're doing a bit of an anonymous survey. And so transient information effect is like one of the key essential items that I think teachers should be learning in the teacher education program, or working memory, things like that. They should be learning. We are trying to understand how much of that did you learn in your teacher education program. So there is a survey. If you go to the QR code, you'll see a bunch of questions, and it's completely anonymous, so I would not know who's saying what, but it would give us an idea that we're not making this up, that there is a gap in how folks might be receiving the knowledge that they need to in their initial teacher education program. And if it is otherwise, then share that with me, because that's amazing if you had a chance to learn a lot of cognitive science and how learning happens in your initial teacher education program. But that was it. Don't worry, I will bring this back, but I want to officially say thank you, because I didn't do that. And I have a few minutes. I have 5 minutes, so if anybody has any questions or comments or their experience with transients, I would love to hear. Do we need a microphone? We will see, but let's see if there's anybody even interested in speaking with me today. Kidding. Yes, my friend here. Planted.
In English, you'd often see what's a noun, what's a verb, what's an adjective, that'd be on that board, and then something else helpful on that board, and something else, key vocabulary you can use on that board. distraction to have walls full of helpful steps?
That's a great question. So I don't know if folks all the way back could hear, but Jody here was saying that there is this move that, you know, we're trying to also keep the classroom clean, right? Because too much, you know, checklist here and a verb here and this form here and that thing here, or rules for order of operations in math over there and things like that. And is that a good idea? Or now I am trying to help transients over there, or fight transients, I should say. But now I also have, it's true, it is a distraction and it overloads the working memory, cognitive, extraneous cognitive load. Overly decorated classrooms have been shown to be, you know, distracting, right? But two things I would say. Some of the things I think are nice in classrooms, so you definitely don't want to sort of go overboard with that. But the other thing is, for a certain lesson, like, it doesn't necessarily need to become public. Like, you know, we can think about other things like if it's on the board as I'm teaching, or as I said, the handout, right, in that moment. Or it could be something like just a stack of papers with the instructions, and you make an announcement and say, because you may not want to just say it for specific students or whoever needs it, there's the instructions here. So I am in favor of, but again, I don't exactly know what the big move is. The risk is when we say something, then we go with this either or situation, right? Sometimes things are nice on the walls too. Like, we don't want to just like completely remove them. I don't know what is it that we're removing. I think we should make conscious decisions for everything. We'll leave this one but we should remove that one because it's really not necessary. But at the same time, I would say, not for each lesson you want to have it on the board, but I meant sort of like, or the walls, but like the use of chalkboard, whiteboard effectively, use of handouts effectively, or even if students are using technology in the classroom, which I'm not the biggest fan of, then you could specifically just write that, you know, step 1, 2, 3, and that's where you need to go on your Google Chromebook or whatever work you might be doing. And so I would say that. So it's not about transients now in opposition with distraction, so to say, that we're now removing everything. It's about making just decisions and being able to truly justify that to yourself. But I love that question. Thank you. I think there was another hand somewhere. Yes. I love textbooks, and I miss them. My daughter might be watching the live stream, so I will say the joke. Sorry, I hope you don't mind, Noor. The other day got nice and warm in Toronto, and so she came out, and she was wearing her T-shirt, and I said, "Where's your jacket?" And I said, "Aren't you glad that your bag is empty? You could put your jacket in there." But I meant it as a sad joke. Textbooks are really, I think, necessary, and I think we should have. Then there is a new door that we're opening. Not all textbooks are also equal. Just saying that, oh, we brought textbooks, but maybe not the greatest one. So we have to really be careful. I grew up in India. I did most of my education there. I cannot imagine my learning journey without the books that we actually had. I remember my biology book, and I wanted to later become a doctor, but then I became a doctor of education. Changed. But I do have a degree in occupational therapy, just for full record here. And it was great. So, you know, there'll be one chapter on circulatory system, the other chapter on endocrine system, and they kind of like some connections there. There's some words, and there's coherence when you have a textbook, rather than these loose websites or pages. Not saying that remove them completely, but it's kind of like work with them together. So I do think so. I haven't read any research, like, you know, dug deep into that topic, but I'm sure if I did, there's a really great case to be made to bring back textbook. I miss them, and I think students will have a lot more structure, coherence, and reason to come home and open the book and say, I'm reading what I did in school today. So anyways, I think we're at time now. I got a red card. Well, not that soccer kind of red card, but thank you, everybody. Really appreciate you coming in, and continue having a great conference day. Thank you. Testing. Okay.
Testing. Sorry, it's really loud. Wow. Testing. That sounds a little bit better. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here today. We want to start on time and end on time. I'm Jenny Donahue, and our topic really boils down to this: collective teacher efficacy. Whether you think you can or you can't, you are usually right. I'm a Canadian, but I moved to Florida recently, and so my husband and I and our grandchildren live in Cape Coral, Florida, but I grew up in a small town right across the border from Detroit, Michigan, Windsor. And people are often surprised to see that Canada, this is the southernmost point in Canada, is actually south of many of the United States. People generally think of Canada as north. And there's a point, or a picture of Point Pelee, which is, again, that southernmost point in Canada. It's a popular tourist location because people will come out on the beach in the summer, put their toe on the tip, the sand actually goes out into a tip, they get a selfie, and there they are at the southernmost point in Canada. There's a picture of my husband. He's a retired special education teacher, and my grandkids, and the love of our lives, Stella and Lucy, our golden retrievers. So just a little bit of information about me, but let's get right to the topic because in 40 minutes, we don't have a lot of time. How many of you were in the previous session that was in this room around transient effect? Well, I'm sitting back there as she's presenting thinking, I have 150 slides that I have to present in 40 minutes. I am not respecting the transient effect. So I made a decision to just go with fewer ideas and let you have some processing time. And I think that would probably be the right decision. So you might see me jump around to my slide deck from time to time and make some decisions based on how much time we have left together. I also thought, since this is a research symposium, we wanted to put it, think about what does the research show. We're going to define collective teacher efficacy in a moment, but collective efficacy has its roots in criminology research. And the leading researchers, Robert Sampson was out at University of Chicago. He's now moved to Harvard. But he did some studies that looked at the effect of neighborhoods and where the community believed that they could significantly have a positive impact on crime, it had a significant effect. And you can see there just from this graphic in areas representing high collective neighborhood efficacy, the dark purple, as opposed to those with low efficacy, there's significantly less crime in the high efficacy neighborhoods. It also has many history, collective efficacy in sports, and there's research dating back into the 1970s that show the more efficacious a team feels, the more likely they are to beat their opponents. And I thought this was just an interesting study as well. We all probably remember the tsunami that hit Thailand, the coast of Thailand, the day after Christmas in 2004. Researchers also studied recovery efforts. And what they found was, regardless of this is just an image of the coastal provinces, some experienced a high degree of loss, business loss, extreme destruction, some less. But what the study found was, regardless of destruction, collective efficacy resulted in the community's effort to recover more efficiently, more quickly, and that in those communities where collective efficacy was strong, they had that adaptive capacity to work together to recover their community, regardless of the impact from that disaster. So roots in a lot of different disciplines, but let's get to collective teacher efficacy. I think what the research really demonstrates is where efficacy is established, people tend to persist. They will set higher goals. They will put more effort toward attaining those goals. And where efficacy is lacking, people tend to give up more easily because they don't believe their efforts will amount to much. So what is collective efficacy and why is it important? We have to thank Albert Bandura, educational psychologist out at Stanford University, for doing many of the studies. And a lot of the work I'm presenting, I just wanted to draw attention to the foundations and where this comes from. Albert Bandura studied collective efficacy for many decades. It's not a new concept. He coined the term after noticing in some of his experimental studies the relationship between both individual and group confidence or efficacy and the corresponding positive resulting outcomes. Here's a definition of collective teacher efficacy, and I'll just pause and invite you to call out words or phrases that resonate with you. As you read that, call out a word or phrase. I heard difference. I missed the first one. Community, difference, impact, over and above, and most importantly, belief. Collective efficacy is a mindset, a belief in what we do together, and that will make a difference for our students and their outcomes. It's a belief system. It doesn't come prepackaged in a kit. It doesn't come wrapped up in a box, but it's the way we think of the work that we do together. And the research demonstrates that when we have that belief, it makes a big difference. It was first measured in the 1970s on a RAND Corporation survey with a Likert scale. And if you look at those two statements, you can see the different belief systems. And I've got an example of my own that I wanted to share, and this comes from my work in Ontario, Canada. We have a standardized test that is administered in grade 10. It's called the Ontario Secondary School Literacy Test. It is high stakes because students need to pass it or they're at risk of graduating. In our system, we have two pathways. When students enter into high school, into grade 9, they choose to go either into the applied path, which brings them to the workplace, or they go into the academic pathway, which brings them to post-secondary education. And we have a huge achievement gap on that test between those two pathways. And we have over 900 secondary schools in our province. And it was my job to look at the scores from the 900 secondary schools to see if I could find evidence where some of the schools were having better results with first-time eligible students in the applied pathway. The success criteria that I was looking for was, could I find any high schools that had an incremental increase in scores over 5 years? The success rate for those in the applied path hovered around 50-55% success rate, and those in the academic path, it was about around 90% pass rate, so a pretty big gap. So with that first success criteria, I was looking for schools that might have scored 47 one year, and then 49, and then 51 or 52 and 55, but that upward trajectory. Or could I find some schools that maintained a success rate greater than 70% over a 3-year period? Those were the criteria that I was looking at. When I looked at the continuous data, there was only about 650 schools with continuous data over 5 years, and that might have been because some schools opened during that time or closed during that time, or in some of our northern communities, they don't report out because of such a small cohort that it's about anonymity. So predict how many schools out of 650 do you think fell into one of these two categories? 8 and 7. And so the next part of this project was to go into these schools, sit down and interview teams to find out what they were doing differently. And so I did a collective case study, and I'm just going to share information from 2 of the schools with you. But when you do that kind of work, you're looking for themes that across all cases. And I'll share with you first the story of Centennial Collegiate Vocational Institute and the Upper Grand District School Board. You can see the provincial average on the test. Again, this is first-time eligible students in the applied pathway. But look at what's happening at that school. This was a large school by our standards, about 1,500 kids, so a large cohort in grade 10, 1,500 from 9 to 12. They were average with socioeconomic status. They had about the same average as the province of students with IEPs, individual education plans. They also had about the same average of the province of students that were multilingual learners, so they looked very similar to the province. But you can see they're having a lot of success. So some of the interview data, this is an excerpt from the interview. With the teachers at that school. And I've just highlighted some of the we need to change, and we can accommodate that. And another, we spend a lot of time figuring out what we're doing that's working. It's like common sense, but you don't always hear those conversations in schools, right? We can focus on making a difference for these students. The second school I'm going to share with you looked very different. They were a very small cohort in an industrial area near Niagara Falls. They were at risk of closing their doors because of low enrollment. They had a high percentage of German Mennonite students that were very transient. They'd disappear for a couple months to do work in the field, and then they'd come back. They had a high percentage of English language learners, high percentage of students on IEPs, but look at what's happening at that school. The English teacher had retired the year before, but came in to be part of that interview because she was so proud of what was happening. And here is a part of the conversation from that transcript. The goal is for mastery learning and to help students achieve at the highest level. And so I said to that teacher, or I questioned him, what do you mean mastery learning? And he said, well, we have a resubmit policy. And I said, well, tell me about that. And he said, well, it's not a once and done. Students get feedback on their work. We help them act on that feedback, and then they get to resubmit their work. Now that, to me, I want to clone that happening, right? And this is a high school teacher saying this. This is my favorite quote. We stopped telling ourselves stories and began examining our practice. When I wrote the report, I wanted to demonstrate themes across all cases that I could defend. And my report showed, I'm just pausing because of the cameras, my report showed that in these schools, there was effective use of feedback. We had been working toward helping teachers with clarity and sharing learning intentions and success criteria with their students. There were varied and multiple opportunities for students to demonstrate their learning and attain mastery. There was a culture of high expectations. Not only did I interview people, but I did observations and walkthroughs, and I was very confident in these findings until I was in the audience and John Hattie announced an update to his research, and he used the term collective teacher efficacy. I know for me, I was one of the people in the audience that wasn't quite sure what that was, and back then, if you Googled it, you'd find the criminology research. Flash forward a decade later, and if you Google it, you're going to hit collective teacher efficacy. It's become more popular. It's not a new concept, but it's become much more known. So when I was sitting to think about collective efficacy, I thought back to this project, and I wondered, did I miss something? And I pulled out my old IBM, dusted it off, looked at the transcripts, and that's where I pulled the quotes that you saw. I believe that collective teacher efficacy was driving the productive patterns of behavior on the adults in the building. And I think that those quotes helped to demonstrate that. That was collective teacher efficacy happening. But we all know that perceptions vary. And I've been in schools where the narrative is much different and people feel that there's not much they can do. We've done all we can for these kids. There's nothing left we can try. And so I'm going to invite you, in the spirit of honoring that transient effect, to think about a team that you might support. Think of a group you might be part of. Think of a PLC, a grade level team. And efficacy beliefs come to fruition in different ways. They come to fruition in our everyday conversations in which we attribute causes for success and failure to either the things that are within our control or not within our control. We can't expect much from these kids because the community where they come from, or it's, oh, that cohort coming up, you know. Their parents aren't involved. The kids don't care. That's not the conversation of a high efficacy team. Efficacy beliefs come to fruition in the behavior and the types of tasks that we assign to our students. If we have a high sense of efficacy, we're going to assign them with more rigorous tasks. Efficacy beliefs come to fruition in the verbal and nonverbal messages we send. When a team has a sense of efficacy, they send the messages in their unwavering belief in students' capability to achieve at a high standard. And efficacy beliefs come to fruition through our motivations in the types of goals we set. The more efficacious, the higher the goals. And one of the reasons efficacy results in such a high effect size is because we put forth more effort, we persevere. We will come together to figure out how to reach that goal. That is what the research demonstrates. So when you think of that team, could you select a metaphor that best represents the strength of that team's efficacy? The team you're either a part of or supporting or have been a part of in the past. And metaphors, of course, are comparisons based on our own personal experiences. We might interpret these differently. There's no right or wrong answer. But when you think of that, if you're comfortable turning and talking to a partner, I'll give you a couple minutes to turn and talk. And when I'm ready to pull you back, I'll just raise my hand and then we can come back to the main front, okay? Okay. I could bring you back to the front. Thank you. So what is the relationship between efficacy and achievement? And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but we know from John Hattie's visible learning synthesis, collective efficacy sits at the very top. You won't see it in his white book, the 2009 version, because the first meta-analysis on collective efficacy wasn't published until 2011. But it is in his update, and if you're familiar with the online MetaX, it sits at the very top with an effect size of 1.34. Out of 300 influences, this one, since the first meta-analysis was conducted, has sat at the #1 position. And I'm not here to argue that some of those other things don't matter. Clearly, things that are outside of our realm of influence are above the hinge point and do have an impact. But I think that the hopeful message is that collective teacher efficacy is 3 times more powerful and predictive of student achievement than those things that we don't have control over. And so I think that I'd like to get to the part in the presentation that helps to start helping us think of how can we tap into efficacy, how can we strengthen it, what can we do to increase efficacy in our schools. And I think part of the answer is understanding how people come to interpret what they're capable of accomplishing. How are efficacy beliefs formed? And so I'm going to go into a bit of psychology, and it's the Albert Bandura's identification of 4 sources that influence our efficacy judgments. And I'd love for you to think about what are the implications for me in my role, in my context. And I'll give you a chance to turn and talk after I share the 4 sources that influence our efficacy judgments. Again, if we aspire to strengthen efficacy, we need to understand how those beliefs are formed. And so the first thing to note is that efficacy beliefs are future-oriented beliefs that are based on our past experiences. And the most potent source of efficacy shaping judgments for both individuals and teams are when we've met with success. We've had a successful performance accomplishment. We may have set a goal, we worked toward achieving that goal, we met our goal, and our efficacy is enhanced. It's the most potent because it's based on our first-hand experience, something we accomplished. There's a caveat here, however. In order for efficacy to be enhanced through successful performance accomplishments, we have to succeed at the things that we perceive as challenging. If we succeed at only easy tasks, it does nothing to build our efficacy. We have to work at something that is a challenge to us. And the second caveat is that we have to interpret our success through a growth mindset. That is, we have to make the link between our efforts and the resulting outcomes. The second source of efficacy, Scott Harris alluded to this morning when he was talking about J.K. Rowling and Colonel Sanders, that idea that we can have a vicarious experience, sharing stories of success from other people who have done it. And we start to think, well, if they did it, I think those were your exact words, well, if they did it, we can do it too. Okay, so when we see someone else succeed, we start to build our efficacy. There's a key here, however. We have to see that person as like us, because it's easy to dismiss if they're not. I remember being a brand new teacher and literacy experts coming in and showing us video of classroom with some instruction. And I remember pausing and thinking, that doesn't look like my classroom. I don't have access to those resources. Those students don't look like my students. So the more similarity we see, the more likely that that modeling or vicarious experience will be an efficacy shaping source. So we need to do more of sharing some success stories. Teachers do not want to brag. We have to change that culture. We have to open up classroom doors so that people can go in and see others doing it, and the similarity becomes a key. The third source that influence efficacy judgments, and I think everyone in this room probably has a lot of influence where this one is concerned, but it's when we persuade somebody. We persuade them to go out on a limb, to take a chance. We convince them that they have what it takes. We don't minimize challenge. It might sound like high expectations coupled by positive reassurance, but we let them know that we think they can do it. Think of somebody who might have tapped you on the shoulder and suggested you go into a leadership opportunity. That persuasion goes a long way in convincing somebody to take a chance or to take a risk. And then the final source of efficacy is positive emotions. Negative emotions diminish efficacy. When we feel stress, anxiety, fear, our efficacy is weakened. But when we feel the right amount of challenge and skill level, when we're in that flow, or when we feel pride or joy and excitement, those feelings boost our efficacy. So I said I'd give you a turn and talk, but I really would love just to do one more thing before I go there, and that is to reframe this from a student's perspective. Student efficacy is built when they succeed at the things that they find challenging and when they interpret their success through their efforts and strategy use. Student efficacy is built when they see their peers meet with success. If he did it, maybe I can do it too. Student efficacy is built when their teachers, who they find credible and trustworthy, or their administrators convince them that they can. And student efficacy is built when they feel good about what's going on in the classroom. And as we learned from John Hattie this morning, student efficacy has an effect size of 0.77. So please just take a couple minutes to turn and discuss. Here's the big ideas from Albert Bandura's research. And what I said, I hope, captured in a bit of a summary. But what are the implications of this for your work? And again, I'll give you a couple minutes to process and turn and talk. And then I've got just enough time to deliver the last piece of information for you. If I could have you back in 5 seconds. 4 and 3 and 2 and 1. Just reflecting back on this, I remember delivering this a long time ago for the first time to an audience. An instructional coach came up to me and said that it was helpful to her because now she knows while she's in classrooms with teachers doing some peer observations, that she really, her words were, I need to nudge the similarity. I need to point out to the teachers what is similar so that that's real explicit and so they can see that. I've also talked to people who say, okay, well, the master experience has a lot of implications for my new teachers. Years ago in Ontario, Canada, our new teachers got the toughest, like way beyond their challenge classrooms. The veteran teachers thought that they could choose the pick, right? I'm going to take the advanced placement courses that have 10 kids in them. But when we think of that, we're setting our new teachers up for failure early on. And when we experience failure early on, our efficacy gets diminished, and it's really hard to build up over time. So there's just a little bit around how efficacy is built, or how people come to interpret what they're capable of accomplishing. This works at the individual level. It works at the collective level. It is true of our students. It's true of us as teachers or of our teams. It's true of our leaders. Principal efficacy is built through these same sources: successful experiences, seeing their colleagues succeed, when somebody convinces them that they did a good job, or when they feel good about what's happening. And I want to just share with you the second piece for me. These are all Bandura's sources. But then I wondered, what are the contextual, the here and now pieces that contribute to efficacy? And my concern was seeing a lot of posts on social media or attending conferences when this term became, or this concept became popular. And I'd see like a conference program where everything was tagged with collective efficacy. Build collective efficacy through X, Y, or Z. It was whatever the person's thing was, they added collective efficacy to it. And here's my favorite social media post. What a great way to build efficacy. Human, hungry hippos. All right? You've got the image here. I don't have to describe it. Rollerboards. And I think that, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with laughter and fun in the workplace. But I would argue that this is not collective efficacy. It might be team building. I like the example there on the right. Hashtag collective efficacy. They've got student work on the table. It looks like they're into a debate. They're leaning in, listening to each other. They've got artifacts of student learning. And I loved the quote, figuring out what to stop, start, continue. And so because of this, seeing a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding out there, I wondered, what does the research show? And so that's where part of my relationship with John Hattie came into play. I met Tim O'Leary, who was John's doctoral student. I had already known John. We share a publisher. We've had opportunities. I have had great opportunities to present and write with him. But this is a study that we published back in 2019 that looked at the literature on what precedes collective efficacy. What are the antecedents? If these things are present in my environment, they're likely to lead to a sense of efficacy, and based it on research rather than claims that aren't backed by evidence. And so we don't have time to look at all of these, of course, today. But what I will do is a really brief overview. I have one citation for each of the studies. This is the conceptual framework that Stephanie and I came up with as a follow-up. Notice supportive leaders was one of the 5 conditions. On the outside, it envelops all the others. The 4 other enabling conditions, Bandura's sources, it all comes into play together. So the goal consensus, I loved hearing everyone else's presentation so far talked about goal consensus. Scott talked about the importance of goals in his recovery. consensus on goals, and there's lots of studies. I'm just giving you one. When I'm in an audience and people say research shows, I say show me the research, so I really try to put a citation on all of my claims. Consensus on goals, and I think that in school we need to do a lot more around understanding why goal setting works and how to do it properly. I don't think it's done really well, in my experience. Empowered teachers. There's a clear and strong relationship between the degree of teacher leadership and collective efficacy. When teachers are given authentic opportunities to be involved in decisions in schools, when they're given some decision-making power, the research demonstrates it's a way to build efficacy. Cohesive teacher knowledge really means the degree to which we agree upon what constitutes effective pedagogy. Do we have understanding around what goes on inside each other's classrooms? And do we agree about what constitutes effective instruction and assessment practices? The more cohesive we are, the greater sense of efficacy the research shows in a building. Embedded reflective practices was the fourth, and that is really the degree to which we engage in reflection for the purpose of improving instruction. John Hattie always says, reflect in light of evidence. What is the evidence showing us? And the research demonstrates, when we think of the supportive leader, this is a study by Goddard and his colleagues, which was a large-scale empirical study of principals, over 900, and it showed that they have an indirect impact on student achievement through collaboration and efficacy. The leaders directly predicted the degree to which teachers collaborated. But we can come together to collaborate to reinforce the status quo, or we can come together to collaborate to reinvent teaching and learning. And when that collaboration was focused on instructional improvement, it directly predicted a boost in efficacy, and that efficacy was the connection to student achievement. So the leaders indirectly influenced student achievement by setting up the normative expectation of collaboration. I have time for this last slide. I know this one's a little bit of a talk-out, but it's an important one. I loved this morning that Scott said John Hattie's mantra is know thy impact. I believe because of collective efficacy, we need to change that to know thy collective impact. When we come together to engage in joint problem solving, the question is, does it result in an improvement in student outcomes or no improvement? And if we saw an improvement, does our team have no understanding of how or why we got there, or do we have a clear understanding? And if it's the other path, we worked hard together, we problem solved, but we didn't see an improvement, do we have no understanding or a clear understanding? I'm going to come back to this. I see a lot of cameras. I promise I'm going to come back to it, and I'll give you time because there's another layer. But the question, when I ask teams, are you seeing students making better inferences, better problem solving? Are your students more fluent in reading? Whatever they're working on, they don't know because they haven't had this conversation in their work. What path do you want to be on? What path is ideal? What path do you want your team to be on? You could show me with a show of your hands. Okay, good. I'm seeing the right. I was going to give it away. I'm like, stop yourself. Most people are saying path 2. That is, let's go down this. Let's see results and an improvement, but no understanding. Was it luck or did the change in practice make a difference? How can we find out? You guys just indicated that path 2 is ideal. What gets people on path 2 is when they bring artifacts of student learning to the table. When they bring student work, that gets them on path 2. No improvement, no understanding, separate person from practice, activity traps, diverge our time and energy away from what matters most, get back on track. Path 4 is not a bad path to be on as well. Do you guys agree that path 4 is okay? Path 4 is not bad. I'm going to just really encourage you to stay in touch with me. This is my email. This is the time I met the Fawns. And I met him again 2 months ago in a small airport in Wisconsin. But that's my Instagram image. I've written about this in peer-reviewed journals and in some books. And my final message is a vision statement. And that really is to think about our vision for the future, and that's to shape mastery environments in which everyone in our educational setting shares that belief that individually and collectively they have the capability to impact change. What would our schools look like if that was true? And I have lots of research. If you'd like it, I'm happy to send it to you. I'll back up one and give you that picture again with my email address. And I want to thank you for coming to my session today. Thank you very much. I did good with the time. Oh, that's still on. I don't know how to turn that off.
Check.
Okay, so we're going to start fairly soon. Okay, so how many people here would say math? How many people would say maths? Okay, I'm sorry to the latter part there. So I'm so happy to be here in Sweden, and I really appreciated the invitation. I'm really happy to be here today. I'm Anna Stocky. I am a math professor. I'm a mathematician. And I've been a math education advocate for about 15 years. I know an awful lot about teaching. And I have a podcast called Chalk and Talk, and you might be interested in it. I talk to a lot of people about teaching and education policy and that sort of thing, often with a focus on math because that's my area of expertise. Okay, so a couple things. There might be a couple of questions that you would all have to answer in this talk. And don't worry, they're not going to be math questions. I have to say that. I've learned to say that. So I wouldn't ask you a math question unless I taught you about that in the session. So they won't be math questions, but I will go through a lot of material. And so pay attention. And you'll probably be able to tell what the important things are, and those might be the kind of things I would ask, okay? All right, so I'm going to tell you 3 things about math. Okay, 1, math is beautiful. Do you agree? Good, because if not, you're out of here. Okay, so number 1, math is beautiful. Number 2, math is useful. And number 3, and this is really important when we're teaching math, math is relentlessly hierarchical. Okay? And I always say this because it's really important and not everyone understands this, especially if they don't know a lot of math. So I can trace an algebra problem, I can trace a calculus problem back to elementary school. Okay, so in order to do an algebra problem, you've got to be really good with fraction arithmetic. And in order to be good with fraction arithmetic, you have to be good with the core operations, with whole numbers. And in order to be good with that, you have to know your number facts. And so those kind of sit at the foundation. And what happens when students fall behind at any stage in that ladder, and it's like a lot bigger than this, and it's not even like a ladder, it's more like a graph, like a network, right? Like it's this really interconnected network. When a student is missing something, when they miss something and gaps start accumulating, it can get out of control really quickly. And these gaps just compound over time. And so, you know, and I'm in this situation a lot. I teach at the university level, and students will come to me and they'll think they're not good at math. And it's not really that. Like it's that something happened at some stage where they got behind and it just became impossible to catch up. So this is really important. Okay, so I'm going to put a couple things up just to drive that point home. So gaps compound over time. And then the second thing, and this is important, the sequence and the critical content really matter in math. And so if you're a primary teacher, one of the best things you can do for your students is make sure that they know their multiplication tables instantaneously. Because that can hold a lot of kids back. Fractions, that's another point where kids kind of fall off the math train, right? So these are those are what I mean by critical topics, okay? Okay, so, and why is this a big issue? Like, why do these gaps compound? So I'm going to talk about something that you probably have heard a little bit about today, but I'm going to explain it in my own way. So I'm going to talk about the working memory bottleneck. Okay, and so when you think about working memory, it's good to keep in mind a bottle. Okay, so working memory, it has two properties. The first is that it's limited in capacity. It can't hold much, so maybe 4 to 7 items at a time. And the second thing is, it's limited in duration. So if you don't repeat that information, you're going to lose it after about 18 seconds, okay? So like if I gave you a 7-digit phone number right now, you know you could repeat it to yourself again and again and again and again and again, and you might remember it after a while, but if you didn't, you will forget it, okay? Now, on the other hand, long-term memory seems to be unlimited in capacity, okay? So it gives us a way around the limitations of working memory. So what we want to be doing is moving things from working memory into long-term memory where we can recall them for later use, okay? Okay, so just to drive these points home, you can take a look. Now this point. So when we're in a situation and we're faced with a complex math problem, and we don't have the components, the skills that are involved in that math problem, when they're not automatic to us, these skills compete for working memory space. So for instance, if you don't have your times tables memorized and you're trying to solve an algebra problem, that's going to compete for working memory space when you're trying to work out that basic fact, right? Okay, and that creates cognitive overload, making it difficult to solve the more complex math problem, okay? So sometimes math problems seem really hard, but it's not always that. It's that the student doesn't have the skills to do the math problem, okay? How do you get good at math? You practice, 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 and you move those skills from working memory into long-term memory, okay? Okay, so that's one model to keep in mind. So you probably heard, I know you probably heard because I heard about working memory today, so now you've heard about it again. Did you hear about the instructional hierarchy today? Okay, you got to hear about the instructional hierarchy. Okay, here we go. All right, so this is great. And, you know, you can think of it, and I'm in Sweden, which is great. And in my hometown, Winnipeg, Manitoba, we have a hockey team called the Winnipeg Jets. And my husband said before I left, hey, did you know the Jets are getting some Swedish players? So there you go. So I know that if I talk about skating, you're going to get that. And my apologies to the Australians in the audience. Okay, so you can think about something else, like swimming. Okay, so this is the instructional hierarchy. Now, the idea is this. So when students learn, or when anyone learns anything new, they go through 4 stages of learning, okay? And here they are. So the first one is the acquisition stage, okay? Acquisition. In the acquisition stage, the student is just learning that skill for the first time. And you just want, oh, you're right, this is finicky. I'm already at the next slide. Okay, let's go back. Here, you can take your picture again at the end. Okay, acquisition stage. Okay, so the student's initially learning the skill. And our goal in that stage is to get the student accurate. We want the student not to make errors. We want them to be able to perform the skill accurately. So when you're teaching someone to skate, you just want them to be able to stay up on the skates, okay? That's the first stage of teaching someone to skate. Do you agree? Definitely. Okay. Next. Now, the student may be able to stay up on the skates, the kid that you're teaching, but they're going to be wobbly, right? They're wobbly and they're slow. You don't want to put that kid in a hockey game. You could put that kid in a hockey game, but it's not going to go that well, especially if there are other kids in the hockey game who can skate fast, right? You get what I'm saying? Okay, so the next stage that students go through, or anyone learning anything new, is the fluency stage. And at that stage, your goal is to build speed, okay? So the person's accurate, but they're slow. You want them to be able to do that skill effortlessly and automatically, okay? That's the fluency stage. Fabulous. We got there. Okay. Now, great. I'm going to switch to math now from skating. Because, you know, this was about how to learn math. All right. So if you've taught math, you know this thing. So you have the students, they're like really good at doing these things, they're really good at the skills, they're fast, and like you change the problem a tiny bit, and it's like they have no idea what you're talking about. And you're like, what's going on here? Like, I swear I taught them this, like this is so frustrating, blah, blah, blah. That's because they haven't been in this generalization stage. So the next stage is being able to generalize the skill into new contexts. So the two next stages are very similar. So the next one is generalization. So at this point, the student is already accurate and it's effortless, but they struggle in new settings. They're unable to use that skill in new settings. Of course, that's where we want to get to, okay? But you have to work your way up. And then the last one is adaptation, which is, you know, you can use the skill, think outside the box kind of thinking. The last two are kind of similar, but I'm going to give you some examples in a minute that are going to drive the point home, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, awesome. Now, don't start at the top because it's not going to go very well. I mean, it might go well for some students who have some background knowledge or, you know, there's just some students who can learn in any situation, right? But it will not work for most students, and you need to spend a lot of time at the fluency level. And that's a level, I mean, I don't know because I'm not familiar with the Swedish system, but the fluency level is very much skipped a lot in Canada. And that is not good. So I'm going to say a bit more about that in a minute. Okay? You want to spend a lot of time there. Now, this is the definition of fluency. Okay, so just take a look at this. Okay, so to drive one thing home, we've been talking about the instructional hierarchy. 4 stages. The first one's acquisition. The second one's fluency. The third one's generalization. And the fourth one is adaptation, right? Okay? And fluency is that one that I said, you know, gets skipped a lot. Now, this is the definition of fluency, which is due to Carl Binder. And basically, what it is saying is fluency is accuracy plus speed, okay? And why is that definition important? Because if we want to know if someone's fluent, we need to be able to measure that thing. If we can't measure that thing, we can't say the person's fluent, can we? You need a definition that you can measure, okay? So this is what I would call a scientific definition of fluency because you can measure it, you can test it. You can test whether a student is fluent or not. Okay, so what is fluency? It is accuracy plus speed, okay? That's fluency. Okay. All right, excellent. Now, I said I was going to give you some examples. Okay, well, let's start here. Okay, so I'm going to give you some examples of these 3 stages, and I'm going to use just this basic multiplication facts as my example. Okay, now if a student is fluent with their multiplication facts, I say 8 times 6, and the student says, exactly, okay, that's fluency, okay? It's not this. It's not, okay, I have a strategy for figuring it out that takes me 3 to 5 seconds. That's not fluency. Fluency is instantaneous, okay? That's fluency. Okay, so you have the student who's fluent when they can say, you say 8 times 6, they say 48. Now, here's an example of generalization. Now, this is, you want to be able to apply it in new context, and this is a slight switch up of that last question. Not much different at all, but for a student, if you haven't shown them how to do that, right, this is a hard problem, okay? So this is being able to use that in a new setting, okay? So now you're asking 8 times what is 48. It's not just like give the answer. So they've got to think, what would it be? And if they know their times tables, they can do that. Now the last one I'm going to give you is the adaptation stage, and I've got 2 examples here. So just read the first one, and then I'll say something about the second one. So this is the adaptation stage. So being able to apply that skill in completely new situations. So flexible use. Now, do you know that the second problem is actually the same as the first problem? So if you wanted to factor that quadratic, you would think to yourself, what 2 numbers do I multiply to get 48 that are 2 apart, right? They're the exact same question, okay? And so here's the thing. Think about the student who's fluent with their times tables, and you give them that factoring problem, which would be in, what grade would that be here in Sweden? Grade 4? Wow, okay. Honestly, these days I'm lucky if my university students can do it. No word of a lie. But okay, so think about the student who knows their times tables automatically, how easy that question is. And even then it's not easy, right? But the student who doesn't know their times tables and they've got to unravel, that's almost impossible, okay? So just something to think about. So those are examples of those 3 stages, okay? Okay, excellent. All right, now, I wanted to say something about novices versus experts and the way that novices think and the way that experts think. Because there's kind of 2 ways of thinking about all this. There's the view of the instructional hierarchy, and then there's sort of the view of memory, okay? So I want to talk about both of them. So let's talk about novices versus expert. And if I put this up in Canada with an audience, I would know there would be a high probability that a lot of people in my audience wouldn't know how to solve the problem, and that's kind of the point. There will be some people that could and some people that couldn't. So this is a system of 2 equations and 2 unknowns. And, maybe they represent something really important. Like, maybe they represent quantities of 2 chemicals and the relationship between them. And you know what the relationship has to be. And you have to figure out the quantities, right? So maybe they represent something really important. But probably not. It's more likely a question I just made up to make a point. Which is, okay, there's the system. Okay, now how would a novice look at this? Like someone who doesn't have a lot of practice and knowledge. So they look at it and they would probably start plugging in values for X and Y. Like that's what they would probably do. And so I can see a lot of people nodding heads because like if you're a math teacher, you can come up with a log list of what students will do. So they'll probably start doing stuff like that. They might solve for X in one equation. If they know what to do, they're going to put it in what they get into the second one, or more likely they don't know what to do, but the steps don't come easily, okay? Now, if you're an expert, you look at the system and you go, oh yeah, I know what to do, because I've got y and minus y, so I'm going to add the 2 equations together, the y's cancel, then I'm going to get 3x is equal to 11, so I know x is 11 thirds, right? Yeah? And then I'm going to plug that back in and it's all good. You can literally see. It's like if you have lived in a city for a long time, you have to get from point A to B, you can see in your mind how to get there, right? That's what it's like for a novice in mathematics. In my field, we call that mathematical intuition. We just literally know what to do, okay? But the novice doesn't know what to do. And we want our novices to become experts. And Sweller would refer to this as schemas. John Sweller, the father of cognitive load theory, that experts just have these things in their mind. They can kind of see how to solve problems. This is what we're going for, okay? So that would be, you'd be up at that adaptation stage if you had a bunch of things in your mind and you knew how to solve that problem. And what I said, of course, isn't the only way to solve the problem. It's just the best way to solve the problem, right? So you don't want to kill a bird with a cannon, right? So you want to use the best method. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, remember those questions? Okay, so here's how this goes. So here's the question. I'm going to count to 2, and then you're all going to say it at the same time. You ready? Okay. So the question is, what is stage 1 of the instructional hierarchy called? 1, 2? Yeah, you're great. You're so good. You're such a great audience. Thank you so much. You're good listeners. So good. Okay, great. Okay, so some instructional techniques at the acquisition stage, because this kind of matters. You don't necessarily want to teach a novice the same way you teach an expert, okay? So at the acquisition stage, a student needs a lot of guidance. You want to scaffold, break things up, and correct errors. Worked examples are very effective at this stage. A lot of explicit instruction, okay? This is an example of a worked example. An example of a worked example. So on the left, there's a worked example, and on the right, the student has something similar. They're supposed to go through the steps, and this is highly effective with novice learners. So worked example, then question. Worked example, then question. Worked example, then question. You might be using like mini whiteboards that they have the worked example. You want to see their first step, that sort of thing. But worked examples are really effective with novice learners. Not as much with experts, because it could be a little frustrating, right? With experts, it's better if you've already taught them and they know how to do things, just to give them the problems, okay? That's an example of a worked example. Explicit instruction. And I mean, I don't know, this phrase may be due to Pamela Snow, do you think? I think it is. Beneficial for all, essential for some, explicit instruction. But what is it? Okay, well, here's a definition of explicit instruction due to Hughes et al. So the key is it's research supported, clarity of language and purpose, and reduction of cognitive load. And there are 5 pillars of explicit instruction. And I got these from Anita Archer, but I think they do show up in this Hughes paper. So I'm going to mention those. So 5 pillars of explicit instruction. Number 1, segment complex skills. Very important in mathematics, right? Because mathematics can be very complicated. There can be a lot of component parts. Number 2, the teacher teaches. The teacher shows students how to do stuff. The teacher thinks through their reasoning as they're teaching things so that the students get how the teacher's thinking. The teacher points out the critical parts, the important parts of the content. 3, FADE supports, prompts to support successful engagement. Number 4, provide opportunities to respond. So that's what I just did. I did a choral response. So that's an example of a unison opportunity to respond, which I do with my university students like every 5-10 minutes when I'm teaching. So provide opportunities to respond and give feedback. Well, I don't just do choral response. I kind of do like finger voting and stuff like that too, but lots of feedback. And number 5, create purposeful practice opportunities. Okay? So that's explicit instruction. Because people always talk about explicit instruction. I always say, well, like in math, we want things to be defined. It's very important, right? We want things to be well defined. So this is what it is, okay? So there you go, explicit instruction, okay? And just this is maybe something that, like, if you're interested in evidence-based math instruction, I highly recommend looking at this IES practice guide on helping students who struggle with math. And I just want to highlight at the very top there. And you see, this is very rigorous research. So they go through, they look at the best studies, and they determine what things are supported by research. And you can see at the top of the list, systematic instruction, which is the same as explicit instruction, very strong evidence, okay? So it is evidence-based. Okay, so another thing, one of those things we talked about, that I talked about on that 5 pillars of explicit instruction, is we want to segment complex skills. Okay, so we want to break skills down into component parts. Go from simple to complex sequencing. And I'll give you an example. And this is from, well, it's pretty much the only math program that I will endorse. And it's a Canadian charity called Jump Math, run by John Hattie. And this is an example of scaffolding. So you can see what they're doing here is they've taught the students to regroup, but they're only carrying out the first step in the first part, okay? So 5 1s plus 8 1s is 13 1s. That's 3 1s and 1 10, right? So you regroup that 10, and the students are only carrying out the first step to begin with. And again, this is something you could do like with your mini whiteboards, but they have workbooks in this program, and they do these in the workbooks, and then they build up. So in the next page, you're going to see they're going to be doing 2 steps, okay? This is really effective, especially for students who struggle, okay? Like a lot of students really do need things to be scaffolded quite a bit. Okay, so that's an example of scaffolding. And I want to talk about multiple strategies. You don't use multiple strategies when you're first teaching something here in Sweden, do you? In Canada, they sure do. And so this is an issue in Canadian textbooks, and this is like straight out of a Canadian textbook. And so this is how the teachers are supposed to be teaching students to multiply 21 by 13. And, you know, like, okay, so there's these 3 different methods, and then the idea is that the kids are supposed to, like, demonstrate this in 3 different ways, or choose the one that they like best, or something like this. And this is highly confusing for novice learners. And what ends up happening is we have a lot of kids who just don't even learn one method because they're just presented with so much at once. So the issue with this is, well, the obvious is that it creates cognitive overload and confusion. It increases errors during that acquisition stage when what you want to do is decrease errors. And the learner ends up focusing on these strategies, like what strategy to use, instead of getting fluent with the skill. Okay, so these are some of the issues. And so and I'll give you a resource at the end of this that kind of goes over the reasons why multiple strategies are not great well, they're not recommended definitely in the acquisition or fluency stage. So pick the most efficient method, which is usually the standard algorithm. That's why we have them. They were developed over hundreds of years. So addition with a carry, multiplication, subtraction with a borrow, etc. Okay, so question. Okay, so this one we'll do finger voting. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if you think the answer is 1, hold up 1 finger. If you think it's 2, hold up 2. If you think it's 3, hold up 3. If you think it's 4, hold up 4. Okay? So what is fluency? Yeah, you got it. You're great. Way to go. So good. Such a smart audience. Okay, wow. Okay, excellent. So that's fluency. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's talk about the fluency stage a little bit and what kinds of techniques you'd use in the fluency stage. So remember, with acquisition, your goal is just to build accuracy. Now your goal, the students are accurate, and your goal is to get them quicker, right? So that they can perform the skill effortlessly. So number one is practice at every stage. Practice, 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 practice. That's the key. And timed activities. So if you saw that IES practice guide, that was also on the list. Timed activities, that is research supported, especially for math facts. Like a student who can do 40 math facts correct per minute versus a student who can do 10 math facts correct per minute, there's a big difference between those two students. And the student who can do the 40 math facts correct per minute is at a huge advantage. Whereas if you get them to the same spot, and you can, they're the same. The gap is gone, okay? So that's why this is important. Lots of feedback. And remember, practice makes permanent. Meaning that if you're practicing things incorrectly and you're now practicing, that's what sticks. And you probably know as well as I do, once students have cemented in their mind a method that's incorrect, it actually can be quite difficult to get them to change. Okay? And then motivation. So lots of encouragement and praise, tracking and celebrating progress. So students can self-graph, have a little party when things go well, have some princess cakes, as they call them at IKEA. But fika, is that how you say it? Yes, lovely. Okay, motivation. All right. Okay, lastly, and sort of the end goal, like where we're trying to get students to, is really the adaptation stage, right? That's what we want. Okay, we want that expert who can look at the problem and has a whole bunch of schema in their mind and is just like, yeah, I know how to solve that. I got this in my head, right? So that's what we want to start building after fluency. And for that, I mean, you have to just start giving them a lot of different, like you don't want to be giving a lot of guidance at that point. That's the time to pull it back gradually. You want independent learners. Practice in all sorts of contexts, okay? Mixing up problem types, and the scaffolding, you want to reduce it at this point. So whereas scaffolding is really helpful for those novice learners, it actually can be quite frustrating for experts. So that's sort of the tricky part. And so I was going to tell you just about mixing up problem types a little bit. You don't have to read these. I'm just trying to illustrate a point because there's a lot here. This is just an example. So blocked practice. What that means is you give all the same problem type, okay? So here's an example of blocked practice for addition word problems and blocked practice for subtraction word problems. So they're all the same. And you need to start there, right? You need to start there because you have to get students to start recognizing the patterns, et cetera. But if we keep doing blocked practice, the problem is that the student always knows that that's what they have to use, right? And so after the student is pretty fluent with the problem type, you do want to start switching them up. And the reason is because you want students to be able to discriminate. See, these problems to a novice learner, like these problems to a student, they all look the same, okay? To us, they don't. You know, we can read it and we can say, oh yeah, that's an addition problem, that's a subtraction problem, but students can't. But you want to get them to the point where they can. And because you mix them up, they can't just go, oh yeah, these are all addition. They have to think about it. This is addition because I recognize these words, or I recognize I'm being asked this. This is subtraction because I can tell that this is the type of problem I'm being asked, right? So that's often referred to as interleaved practice. So you want to block first, then interleave. And block enough so that the students have achieved mastery. Then you start interleaving. Okay? Okay. Now, we're nearing the end of this session, so let's do some key takeaways. Okay, number one, math is hierarchical, right? Math is hierarchical, and foundational fluency matters at every level, okay? Number two, working memory is limited. Fluency frees you. It frees the learner for higher order thinking. Okay, that's what we're going for. Number three, those 4 stages of the instructional hierarchy. Okay. Number 4, novice learners. Scaffolding and worked examples are awesome. You reduce them, though, as the students become better. 5, explicit instruction works. I got one more. Save your photos. This is the most important one on the whole slide, so just delete that last one. This was okay? Okay, here we go. This is the most important one. Yeah, you need that one. That's how you get good at math. We all know this. Practice, practice, practice. Okay, those are the takeaways. Okay, and then here's some helpful resources. So, you know, and just I go on a lot about math facts, and I've had people on my podcast who study that. That's their research. They research how students learn math facts, and you really want to look into that. If this is, even if you're teaching at a higher level, fix it. There's ways to fix it. You could get Brian Ponce's Facts on Fire program, which I referenced in that episode, and you can just do it a few minutes a day, okay? Explicit instruction with Anita Archer. She's awesome, and she knows everything about explicit instruction. Opportunities to respond, you know, like some of the stuff we were doing today, choral response, finger voting, etc., and that IES practice guide I talked about, and then here's some references. Are you listening to my podcast? I'm so flattered. It's the end. It's like, that was perfect. It's like, I get the music and everything. Okay. That was so good. All right, so there's the references, and thank you so much, and feel free to ask questions. You can ask me now, or you can come up and, I guess I'm out of time, but you can come up and ask me questions. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So it's been a really hectic day and full of interesting talks. Listened to a lot of very wise people. Got new insights and everything. I'm tired now. I'm really tired, and I'm full of ideas. And I want to thank each and every one of you for making it here on a Saturday in Haninge. And I hope that we have a sign with ResearchED Scandinavia 2020 ? But I think we should strive to make this possible next year again.
Yeah. Thank you, Matias. And also thank to all of you, thanks all the speakers, thanks all the volunteers, and also thank you to all our sponsors. Particularly thank you to Haninge, which is it's a really great place to work, just so you know that. Nudge, nudge. And also we have a request, or like a efterlysning. There is a new award that IVA, the Royal Academy of Engineering Sciences, have just made a new award for technology teachers. And you can nominate teachers, you can nominate yourself or someone else, and the award is 50,000 krona, which is like 5,000 euros. It's a fair amount of money. And also the honor of it. So please spread the word, and you can read about it in this program booklet. And you can read all other interesting things in this program booklet. And speaking of engineering and speaking of technology, this is a coup. We have a KULF project run by the Royal Institute of Technology together with, are we 7 or nearly 9? 8, sorry, we're increasing. Haninge is one of the municipalities, Nynäshamn and some others. And this is also a proof of how academia and practice can work together. We've written a book. It's some research, some development, and we have struggled a lot. And thank you to Andreas Larsson and Cecilia Cosma and myself. But primarily Andreas and Cecilia has been the editors for this fine book. And it will be launched in a couple of weeks or so. Yeah. And also, yeah. And it's teachers and researchers who have written it together. It's a really nice one. And that is it's like a growing movement on more evidence-informed teaching practices, but also a growing movement of practitioner-based research. There's a big national initiative called ULF, where all different universities collaborate with municipalities, schools, and teachers in different ways. And the idea is to create more research that are relevant for teachers, and also to question research and drive education even further. So, like Matias said, we'll see you in about a year from now, somewhere. So stay tuned. But this is an international movement. I started in London by Tom Bennett and Helen O'Shea and some friends. They thought about research and how to improve their own classroom practices, and they wanted to know research. So they sent out a tweet: let's gather on a Saturday on a school. And now we're here. And earlier this day, there was an event in Ballarat outside of Melbourne. And now we're in Haninge. And I heard rumors that there are supposed to be one in New York and also in Toronto. And I'm not sure. I got this baton sent to us from Greg Ashman in Melbourne last year. And I kept it. I've thrown it to Toronto and it bounced back today. And I'm not sure if is it Toronto or New York who wants it now. Who should I hand it over to? Is it you, Meg, or is it Needy?
I think it's me.
Yeah? Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah. And you can find your way to New York, you as well. You can apply for Atlas-programmet or UHR utbyten. One last thing. Look into your goodie bags. There are some golden tickets. Kalle chokladfabriken. Golden tickets, and you can get a book at Naturkultur. And also, there's another webinar on the science of learning, but that was recorded by the Swedish Enterprises earlier this week, where Daniel Muis had a keynote about knowledge-rich curriculum. So you can still see his presentation that was missed today. Anyway, I got 2 tickets, as you can see. There's 2 tickets, I lost one, but there are actually 2 tickets that I will give to you. The one who can first say how many ResearchED events that we've hosted here in Haninge. 8. You said it first. And who said second? 8. Rana. Here you can get a book in Naturkultur. Yeah. And have a nice day. Thank you.